Okay, we have 7:01. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. The time is 7:01 p.m. Clerk Abramson, can you please call the roll call?
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Present.
Council members Gordon.
Present.
Ledechu. Present. Matias.
Here.
Matulik.
Present.
He is participating virtually. And Councilmember Palmaris.
Present.
And I will note Mayor Sources is absent.
Okay, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, there is no report out from the closed session since the meeting was canceled. We have no presentations or commendations. I will now ask Mandy to start the 2-minute clock for community forum. Anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda, both in person and virtually. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, anyone wishing to address the council must have either signed into the electronic speakers kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually. Anyone signing into the kiosk to speak or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will be recognized at the last community forum towards the end of the meeting. The community forum is an opportunity for interested members of the public to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the city council as part of a maximum of 15 minutes, each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code, section 2.20.300. Members of the public who address the council as part of the first community forum will not be allowed to address the council again during the last community forum held prior to the adjournment of this meeting. And we will just wait for the clock to time out.
Manny, can I get your help, please?
Okay, it looks like the time to sign up on the kiosk and raise your hand is now closed. Manny, can you tell us how many virtual speakers we have?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We currently have 3 in-person speakers and 2 online speakers.
Okay, based on that, we'll go ahead and allow 3 minutes for each speaker. Manny, can you call the first speaker?
Certainly, thank you. First speaker will be Julia Glenn, followed by Jean Drolet, and then after that, Anthony Summers.
This is my first time here, so bear with me. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Thank you for listening to me. I'm here to ask for help. I have emailed all of you a previous letter, and this is some more follow-up on my desire to help to figure out a solution. Again, I'm Julia Glenn, owner of Three Brothers Furniture. As a longtime local business operating in Vallejo for 67 years, and deeply committed to the safety and vitality of our city, we are now facing an alarming escalation in public safety threats that are putting our business and our employees and our customers at serious risk. We have experienced 2 major fires started by unhoused individual, one which destroyed over 50% of our inventory and caused significant losses of neighborhood businesses also. And less than 2 weeks ago, a violent crime occurred on our property that resulted in multiple people being airlifted due to severe firearm-related injuries. These are not isolated events. They reflect a worsening environment that is impacting our ability to operate safely and sustainably. We respectfully bring the following concerns and questions to the council to urge discussion and resolution. Request for regular police presence. Can the Vallejo Police Department commit to at least one patrol or check-in per day in our business corridor to help determine or deter criminal activity? The visible presence of law enforcement, even briefly, would significantly reduce incidents of drug activity, prostitution, illegal dumping, and harassment, which I have personally been a victim of. They come into our building and harass me. I'm only 5'1", and it's very scary. Emergency response times. Is a 30-minute or longer response time considered acceptable for reports involving drug dealings, vandalism, aggressive or unsafe behavior for suspected prostitution? In several cases, suspects have already fled by the time the police arrive. I have come in, called at 9 o'clock, I stay till 5, and the police have not shown up on my incidences. It's very difficult for us to figure out what to do. Please help us find us with a support for this resolution. Support for unhoused individuals. Who is the appropriate city contact or agency for us to help relocate these unhoused individuals, and who are in distress, suffering from mental illness, or living in dangerous encampments? We want to respond compassionately and lawfully, but we lack clear protocol. We do not know what to do, because what we're doing is we keep doing the same thing and nothing's happening. That's chaos. That's insanity. What action does the city recommend or expect from local businesses to help address these issues? We are reaching our limit morally, financially, and operationally.
Time.
Can I finish? I only have 2 paragraphs. Do you mind?
Go ahead.
Operationally. In an effort to deter trespassing and improve safety, we recently invested $16,000 in a fence to block the access of our property and to the railroad, which they cut the very next day. We had to have Tri-City come out and duplicate the fence. But what more? We are doing our part, but what more can you responsibly ask a small business owner? How can we partner with the city to improve the public safety without continuing to shoulder the burden alone? And we feel really alone out there. I do not want to be the policeman. I just don't. I want to help somewhere or figure it out. Encampments on the Union Pacific property. Is there a formal notification or reporting process the city uses to address and manage the illegal encampments on the Union City property? These are areas become hotspots for criminal activity, and we want to ensure timely intervention before this escalates. False alarm billing. We have received repeated false alarm fines, despite legitimate incidences or delay responses. What can be done to mitigate or appeal these fees more efficiently? Like I said, I called 911 in the morning and nothing happens. We would like to work collaboratively with the city to reduce dispatch of non-emergencies while ensuring real threats are handled. Thank you for listening to me. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you. And before you go, is there somebody from the city manager's office who could talk to her about both the cleanups as well as how to apply for the funding, the scholarships for helping with security issues on buildings? Gillian can talk with you. Thank you. Our next speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jean Drolet.
Good evening. About a year ago, a small retail space, photo number 1 in the packet that was distributed to you, near my home was converted into a private party venue. Since then, we've experienced repeated
Jean, can you raise the podium so the
Sure.
microphone's closer? You can raise the whole podium up. There's a toggle button at the bottom. There
Since then, we've experienced repeated late-night noise, large crowds, indecency, and parking violation. Despite multiple complaints to the city and the police, these issues continue to escalate. On July 11th, a party began around 5 p.m. By evening, crowds had spread across the sidewalk into the street and even across the opposite sidewalk. Photo number 3. 8 vehicles were parked illegally at Sutter and Georgia, an intersection where poor visibility has caused serious accidents in the past. See photo number 3 and 4. I also witnessed a man urinating against a building kitty corner from my home. A friend witnessed the sale of tickets for alcohol beverages. The event went on past midnight. Even with high-grade earplugs and noise-canceling headphones, I couldn't fall asleep until 1:30 because of subwoofers shaking my bed. This is more than a nuisance. It's a public safety and quality concern. There are at least 100 housing units within 300 feet of the venue, with little off-street parking. Already scarce parking is intended for daytime businesses and residents at night. Late-night operations like this are incompatible with a neighborhood where residents rely on peace and quiet after hours. This reduces the desirability of apartments in the area, and some tenants choose to move instead. Adding to this, the city's 5:15 a.m. street cleaning several times a week leaves residents with little time to sleep. Adjusting the schedule after 7 a.m., along with improved parking restrictions, would greatly benefit the residents. I'm asking Council to take 3 steps. Enforce regulation at this venue, in particular regarding noise and parking. Evaluate whether this use is appropriate for an area where it's such a large residential component. And fix street cleaning schedule to allow residents a reasonable chance at rest. Moreover, you should inquire why staff was not able to address my complaint. Mayor, I have more to add. I welcome a call from you to discuss this further and find solutions. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Anthony Summers.
Good evening, everyone. Certainly, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members and City Attorney Chief Ta, all of you on the dais. God bless you. We first come to just say thank you for your service and your services. I'm really excited about who you are now as a new council as well, and Ms. JR on the on the screen, but who you are as council people and mayor and leadership of the city. I want to first take a personal privilege in a few seconds to thank those of you that came out to the Crest on Saturday to help with the community cleanup. It was really amazing and nothing short of amazing, and we were really glad to have so much support from the mayor and the council. I have pictures of the mayors tossing things in the bins, and it just really meant a lot to see the city leadership come out and put your hands in the work. And so we look forward to being a help across the city. And secondly, we are really grateful for this opportunity to continue to serve, working with Mr. Alcantar and Public Works with its opportunity to clean the encampments and other areas of the city. We're doing so much now. Every day we're getting phone calls since we've started over the years and doing yard work for our seniors and people with disabilities, and we're really grateful for that. So the calls continue to come in every day, and so we thank you for your support, because we don't have volunteers. We actually have youth employees, 16 to 24-year-olds, and those who are from Healthy Vallejo. Would you stand, please? I just want to let you see some of the faces. Yes, and we are really, really glad. Yes, we have young people that are, those of you that are going back to college, raise your hand. Those of you that are going to college, raise your hand. Those of you that have graduated high school, raise your hand. Those of you that are still in high school, raise your hand. We have one young lady that has come home from Spain. Yes, and she's an intern teacher in Spain, but yet her academic performance, administrative assistance, has just been remarkable. And certainly to our supervisor, we are determined to continue to make Vallejo a destination where people want to come to and not go through. So God bless you, and we just want to say thank you for this opportunity to share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Melvin Cohen, followed by Ann C. And then we do have two other hands that have raised since I announced it, so we'll come back to that at that point. Melvin Cohen, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Absolutely. Good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council member.
We can't hear.
City manager and mayor.
Melvin, I'm going to stop you right
you're
there.
58
If you want to try to go ahead and maybe reconnect to the Zoom, and then we'll come back to you afterwards. Let's go ahead and go to Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Council. It's Ann Carr. I'll try to be quick so more people can come up tonight. First, I have two questions. One is, do we have a date yet for goal setting? And if so, when is that? And how can community members get information to the city about things they want to get included in that? Secondly, I did see where Mayor Soares had given an update on the latest with trying to get the sheriff on board, and I hope that somebody will communicate about that during the course of this meeting tonight. And then the third thing is I sent you all a letter just this afternoon. You probably haven't read it, and I do ask you to read it. It's an update and bringing to your attention a severe rat infestation we have downtown that's been reported by many people. It's at a nightmarish level, and it's directly associated with the clearing of the unhoused encampment. I believe the city is basically responsible for condoning the encampment and tolerating it, and to the conditions that have led to this rat infestation. And the city does have responsibility for keeping the streets safe and clean, keeping city buildings safe and clean, and keeping the ferry building and the ferry parking lot safe and clean. And there are multitudes of rats all around. It's a horrendous situation. So please read the letter, and I just besiege the city to take action. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next speaker. Let's go back to Melvin. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, neighbors. If you're 55 and living on the streets of Vallejo, your life may end much sooner than it should. People over 55 who are unhoused often live just 1 to 5 more years, and that's the reality right now in our city. Vallejo holds nearly half of Solano County's unhoused residents. Most aren't in shelters, and in 94589, we see the deepest poverty, the fewest clinics, and the most people living outside. I'm Melvin Cowan, and I'm leading Enough Housing. Early on, I shared a vision, a safe, healthy place called Legacy Village, where people could get off the streets, receive care, and rebuild their lives. That vision has grown into a plan, full plan. Solano County Health and Solano Community Foundation are backing this work. Mental health teams, job programs, and service providers are ready, and Kaiser sees how this supports their work to improve health through housing. Last week, we joined a powerful convening hosted by Supervisor James and United Way, focused on housing and health solutions across Solano. Many nonprofits from Vallejo were in the room, but only one council member. No city staff, no mayor. That absence spoke volumes, and it weakened Vallejo's voice in a countywide conversation. And we're not waiting, we're ready. We've prepared transitional housing. We've lined up partners. We found public and private funders who want to support cities that act with urgency. And I'll pause for a quick story. You have a Vallejo resident who once opposed affordable housing near their home, didn't realize how close they were to needing it themselves. 61 on a fixed income, raising grandkids and trying to keep up with food, healthcare, and a mortgage, one emergency away from losing everything. And then you have a 27-year-old born and raised here, works full time, so does their partner. They want to raise a family, but can't afford a 2-bedroom apartment. They earn too much to qualify for help, but not enough to live here. And that's the missing middle. This isn't just about tents, it's about working families, seniors, essential workers, people doing everything right and still falling behind. And that's why the Legacy Village matters. In June, we met with city manager and invited the mayor to help introduce the project. We were given tasks, we completed them, we followed up several times, but we've heard nothing back. And now a car wash is being planned right next to our project site on land that could have supported housing or a garden. And that's what happens when cities don't act. Meanwhile, critical federal programs for food assistance, housing vouchers, community grants are on the chopping block. And if Vallejo delays, we won't just lose funding, we'll lose people. Taxpayers will be on the hook to pay for additional services. And so this is what we're asking for now. Help us secure the land, approve short-term housing use, sign letters of support, and name Legacy Village as part of Vallejo's housing and health strategy. Let's meet within the next 10 days. We're ready to plan and partner. Let's meet the moment with courage and urgency. Thank you.
So, Vice Mayor, that was 5 speakers. Did you want to hear the remaining 2?
Let's go ahead and hear the last 2.
Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Carol Heap?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Um, Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking about police accountability. And watching the recent city council meetings, and a lot of the agenda has been about macro police accountability issues, sort of big picture issues, which is great. But for my purposes, what I need to hear, and I would like reports I'd like to see a report monthly, maybe even more than that, maybe twice a month, about the macro issues. And we don't have to put those off. The micro issues are complaints. I'd like to know how many complaints we receive, the Vallejo Police Department receives monthly. I'd like to know what the allegations, what people are complaining about in regards to their contacts with the police. I'd like to know where these complaints are coming from, what parts of town, what districts. I'd like it broken down into gender. I'd like to know the gender of the person making the complaint. I'd like to know the race of the person making the complaint. And I'd like to know the status and I'd like to know not only monthly, I'd like to know how many complaints the department currently has. And I'd like to know how many investigations were completed within the last month. I'd like to know how many investigations are pending. I'd like to know the outcome of each one of these complaints. So if we received 25 complaints and we closed 10, I'd like to know, was there any misconduct found? And then if misconduct was found, I would like to know what discipline was issued. I don't want any personnel matters. I don't need to know names. I don't need to know. It would be nice to know the gender of the officer being complained about. I'd like to know the number of complaints, officers being complained about, because you could have more than one officer in one complaint. I'd like to know the ethnicity of the officer in each complaint. I think you get the gist. So please give me that report. Thank you.
Okay, final speaker, Sunil Khatri. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, this is Sunny Khatri. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Sunny Khatri. I'm here also supporting Melvin Cohen regarding, I'm a property owner where the site sits with the Legacy Village that's we planned. I think why this is important for supporting this project, I see a growing need in our community where people living outside, seniors struggling, young families priced out. When I was approached about this vision, I didn't just see it as a development, I saw a solution. Why this matters for the community is this project isn't a handout. It's dignity, services, and second chances. It's a plan that brings together housing, healthcare, and opportunity, and it's shovel ready. Call to the council. I've chosen to support this because I believe Vallejo's potential to lead, but we need a city partnership to make this real, to approve the interim use, support the funding process, and help to secure the site. Um, there is almost $800 million available coming up in August. I definitely need your support from the city to go through this funding mechanism that we have. We don't want to miss an opportunity like we missed with Home Key earlier this year when we made this proposal. This is a very important time. We need to collaborate, and there's funding that's available that wouldn't come out with city funding. This is funding from the state and the government that we shouldn't miss out on the opportunity. I've spoken to the city manager about Mr. Andrew Murray about this as well. Looking forward for your support and collaboration and see what we can do. Please take a look at this as a solution to help the community. We want to make things better, and this would be a great transition. The navigation center that was wonderfully built with the city's support, it's only a half a mile from there, so it'll be a great transition from using the navigation center to this location, so that it's a prime location to do something like this that would help the community. So I'm looking forward to see if we can meet with the council members, the mayor, as well as city manager, and if we could set up a meeting and put this on the agenda, if we can move ahead with this to secure this funding deadline that's coming up, that's available for all these resources. So looking forward for your support. So thank you very much, the council members and city manager, as well as the mayor and vice mayor.
Thank you, and that does it for speakers for the community forum, Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. Next, we'll move on to the consent calendar. I will ask Mandy to start the clock for the 2-minute clock for the consent calendar. If there's any members of the public wishing to address the council on items on the consent calendar, comments must be restricted to items on the consent calendar only. Please either speak or sign up to speak using the electronic kiosk in the back of the council chamber, or raise your hand if you are participating virtually. I'll allow the 2-minute in-person speakers to sign up on the kiosk, or anyone participating virtually to raise their hand. While we wait, are there, I guess we'll wait to poll after we hear comments. Do any council members want to pull any consent items currently?
Can I just make a comment? So I know there's been concerns from the community about our sort of general use of the consent agenda and putting items in there that are of concern to the community and that they want. And so because of that, I want to pull the recruitment and retention plan, even though, and just have a vote and allow for comment on that. But I think the bigger message I just want to send to staff is, and I've given feedback to the city manager around this, is if there are items that we know we're going to spend a substantive amount of time discussing and that are of great community interest, they should not be going into the consent calendar. This has been shared as feedback for years and years and years, and we should not continue that practice. So because of that, I want to pull that item and call it for a vote.
Okay, so for clarity, that you're talking about item I?
Yes,
consent item I.
sorry about that.
So that is the budget piece that's not actually pulling the plan. It's my understanding the plan has already been approved, so this is only the second step for the funding piece. That's what you want to discuss?
I just want to pull it, see if there's any members of the public
Great.
that want to comment on it, and then we can call for a vote.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And looks like our time is up. Do we have any public speakers?
Through the mayor, yes, we do have one speaker who signed up. Daniel Boone, please come to the podium.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Matias, for pulling item I. I understand that this is step 2 of 2, but I want to speak against the council approving this funding. I have been here in these council chambers many times, witnessing the families of Vallejo citizens who have been killed, maimed, otherwise abused by police officers in our city. As I understand it, this money is an across-the-board award or bonus to every officer on the force. That would include the officers on the force who have killed, maimed, and otherwise abused Vallejo citizens. If you appropriate this money, you are telling all of those family members and all of us who have witnessed those family members come down here and rage against the city for the violence that has been visited on their families. If you reward that behavior by putting up this money, you are only reinforcing and encouraging that behavior. This is your chance to say no. We've heard you, family members who have had your lives turned upside down by violence by the Vallejo Police Department, and we are not going to put up $2 million to reinforce and encourage that behavior. Every one of you has your vote now when you can stand up and make that stand. It's up to you.
Thank you. We do have one more person who wanted to speak on consent. Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yeah, it's Carol again. Listen, thank you for moving this off the council member, for moving this so we could speak on it. And I just want to follow up with what the last speaker said. In past meetings, it seemed to me that the council was reluctant to go to vote against this across the board salary bonus. And it seemed to me that one of the reasons was how do you distinguish one officer from another? And after thinking about that, I thought, well, to follow up what my previous comment is, one way you distinguish is by looking at their complaint record. If we kept complaint records, and we have not done a good job of it over the years, but we can use what we have. It's the best we have now. Hopefully it's getting better, and we're keeping more accurate accounts and encouraging people to come forward with their complaints, so that we do have an accurate reflection of officers' actions out on our streets. But you can still use the data that we do have to determine if an officer should be entitled to this bonus. So if you went back and looked at the complaint record of all of our officers who stand to benefit from this bonus, and find out that some of them have complaints, some of those complaints were sustained, then you could distinguish good officers from bad officers based on complaints, and that is a valid way to distinguish officers. And it can only get better, but in the meantime, that is one of the purposes for maintaining these documents, these complaint files, so that we can know the history of our officers. And when there are benefits to be had, we can benefit, the good officers, if you will, can benefit, and the bad officers not so. So I just want to piggyback on the last speaker and agree with him totally, and try to give you guys a solution so that you don't feel like you're discriminating against an officer in a vacuum. You have an opportunity to distinguish good officers from bad. Thank you.
That does it for now, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Is there any other items from council that members want to pull besides I? Okay, can we get a motion for, does somebody want to make a motion to approve the consent and the agenda? Can I do it myself? Oh, okay.
Thank you. So I'm abstaining from 8G for the time period of one of the awardees developing organizing visions for everyone, Inc. during the time period of the portion of bill that needs to be paid for this organization from September, I think it is 23 through May 24. I actually sat on this board terming out December 2024, so I'm abstaining for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Palmares?
I'm on the Fighting Back Partnership board right now. So I should recuse myself. Is that probably good thing to do right now?
I'm sorry, you're actually a member
For-
of the board at this time?
Yes.
Then yes, you should
Okay,
recuse.
I'll recuse myself for this one.
So will we have a quorum tonight to even vote on that with 2 members, 3 members gone? I guess there's still 4 of us with
There's still
Councilmember
4 of
Matulak.
you because
Okay.
Councilmember Matulak is online, so
Okay,
you still have
perfect.
4
Thank you.
votes. Yeah. Well, depending on how it goes, but you have 4,
Yes.
yes.
So can we receive a motion, please, for the approval of the consent calendar and the agenda?
So move.
You have to make the motion.
I have to actually-
I can't
okay.
make the motion, sorry. Oh, I can. I'll make
Okay,
it.
great.
Okay, then I move that we approve the consent calendar and the agenda, moving consent item I to be 8.1, and having council members Littlejoux and Palmares abstain from item G. If we can take a roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer,
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon,
Yes.
Councilmember Lettiju. With the noted abstention from item G. Councilmember Matias,
Yes.
Councilmember Matulek,
Aye.
and Councilmember Palmaris.
Aye.
With the noted abstention also from item 8G, the motion carries unanimously, noting those abstentions and the mayor's absence.
Okay, so then we'll move on to 8.1, which is adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Vallejo to amend fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to appropriate expenditure of $2 million for recruitment and retention, step 2 of 2. Councilmember Matias, you pulled this item. Do you want to speak to it first?
I think, I made my comments on the matter pretty extensively at the last meeting. And so those general comments that I made at the last meeting have not changed since then. I do, however, felt the need to pull the item to just make sure that the public had an opportunity to comment. And I do think that the city staff should proactively work with the mayor's office to ensure that these items of community interest are not continued, whether it's for budget or whatever we're categorizing it as, that they actually fall under the agenda so that we can have robust debate as a community. So that's all I got to say on that.
Okay, and do we have to open this for public comment? Because it's now an action item. If we can go ahead and do that. If there's anyone additionally who'd like to speak on this besides the two that have already spoken on this item, can they sign up at the kiosk or raise your hand?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I went ahead and started a 2-minute timer, which is reflected on screen for any interested parties who would like to make an additional comment on this item, outside of the folks who have already spoken. But yeah, they can sign up on the terminals in the back, or they can raise their hand online.
Okay, and do we have any presentation on this? I don't believe there is a presentation.
We have the HR director online.
Okay,
on
but
Zoom.
this is it's a fiscal item. Is the
Right.
finance director online, just in case?
We do not have our finance director
Okay.
online. Oh, my apologies.
She
Yeah,
was.
Reka is online as
Okay,
well.
does anybody have questions for the finance director? I'll go ahead and call on Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I want the public to understand thoroughly what this actually means. And again, it's not to negate past experience by all means. So I want to see if the chief can go into acting. I want the chief, Tao, who's acting manager, to explain what this means, if possible, and if anyone else can join in to clarify for the public what is actually being asked here, please.
So what I believe is being asked tonight is to offer an incentive program for us to accelerate our hiring. Part of that also is to make sure that we don't lose officers as well. So it's a retention, a recruitment, and a referral program. So at the current rate that we are building back staff is anywhere between 7 and 10 officers per year. That's our net gain. I believe that if we change our strategy, because we've got to do something different, otherwise we're going to have the same results. If we change our strategy, I believe we can get to around 12 each year, plus 12. So in 3 years' time, we'll have full staffing capabilities. Without making any changes to our current practices, we will be in full staffing, assuming nobody leaves, anywhere between 4 and 5 years.
And sir, is this best practice other places, and are they asking for more in other locations?
This is a best practice. The dollar amounts vary from city to city. Some cities have offered an enormous amount of hiring bonuses, and the HR director can speak more to this. I know she had done more extensive research, but the cities that offer an extensive amount of hiring bonuses saw some negative consequences on the retention as well. So this program here, I believe, is a balanced approach to make sure that we don't lose officers that we have, and that we have some revenue to be able to attract lateral officers as well.
And To the concerns that has been shared about regarding officers who have been in situations that cause our community to be concerned, how does that affect for them as well, or does it? Or is that an appropriate question to ask here?
Well, I believe it does have an impact. I mean, it has an impact on both sides. It has an impact internally on staff, but it also has an impact, obviously, on community. The officers that are here, whether they have any complaints or any history of the actions that were spoke about tonight, they are here because they are allowed to still continue in their capacity to work as Vallejo police officers without going into specific details on case-by-case basis. They are here, they've been here, they're providing a service. They are valuable to our community, in my opinion, because they go to calls for service. They handle 911 calls. Those are the same people that we are providing the retention bonuses for, the officers that are here currently working at the police department.
So just wanted to point out, the finance director is here. The item before you this evening, obviously, is step 2 of the budget. Your previous actions were taken on July 8th.
Any further questions, Commissioner Gordon?
No, thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Liturgico.
So to our city attorney, if this is something you're able to address, because I think it's important for our community to understand. I believe, and we've talked about this, this has gone through, I think we're what, the 3rd council that this has come through?
Correct.
Number 2, we weren't a part of the construct of how this was set up. And there were many questions regarding the construct of how this bonus, I'll look at the bonus part, because the retention piece is really clear, how the bonus was structured. And if that's pulled back, what does that really mean? Because you as our legal counsel worked with whomever was a part of literally negotiating this packet with our VPOA. So can you discuss more about that?
So, as council's aware, but the public may not be as aware, when we go into meet and confer negotiations with a bargaining group, it doesn't matter what bargaining group it is, we go forward with certain directions from the council, meet with the council on what we're doing with that bargaining group, or what is being suggested, and the details of that. At some point in that process, a council, and it might not be the one that's before you this evening, as was pointed out, could be a previous council, it could be one previous to that one. When that process begins, you undertake very specific rules that are applicable to bargaining. One of those rules is that once you put something out on the table as an offer, if that offer is accepted, and the bargaining group says, yes, we agree with those generalized terms, or yes, we agree with those very specific terms, depending on what it is, that is essentially binds you into a bargaining that cannot regress, which is called regressive bargaining. Under regressive bargaining, we put something on the table, there is an acceptance to that, and then somebody says, no, never mind, we take it away. There's a consequence, obviously, to regressive bargaining under the law that we don't have control over. And again, we're going through a process where fundamentally we're trying to stay, I want to say, within the confines of the rules. And deviating from the confines of the rules, while there are some exceptions, we looked in with outside counsel, specialized counsel with regard to this issue as well. We always do. This isn't a circumstance of those exceptions. So we move forward through, as this council has honored, for lack of a better word, move forward through the end of the process in order to keep the process intact, for lack of a better word.
So if you can, what are the consequences when you have agreed and you come back along and say, oh, we don't like these terms. I'm going to just say it for myself. If I came to you as a council and said, oh, I don't like those terms, and here is the structure that I want, and yet, as you said, these terms have already been set and accepted, and if we say, I want to pull those terms back and start all over again, what are those consequences potentially?
Potentially, we get charges brought against the city for unfair bargaining practice under the applicable rules. There are potentially consequences associated with that. There are also consequences associated with your relationship with the bargaining group. So I think it's a difficult thing to describe in any given incident because I can't tell you how far that would go. It depends on the seriousness of the incident, et cetera. But it's not totally within our control, I'll put it that way.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, City Attorney, for that illumination. As I think about this a little bit more now, if regressive bargaining or unfair bargaining was not an issue with this, my focus really would be about the officers and the sergeants, but particularly the officers who are doing the work and going out there. Those are the ones I'm really, for practical purposes, I'm the most interested in retaining. I feel like the lieutenants on up, they already have a career, they're more likely going to stay. And for a lot of the younger guys and gals, I would feel that nearly all of them don't have a history with VPD beyond, I would even think, 2021. And it's unfair that they're getting lumped with the history that we're trying to not erase, but we're trying to move forward from. I don't really have a neat solution for this, and that's an unfortunate thing. I really wish I could just focus on those new officers and sergeants, and I just feel like I have to put that out there. And we are at a point where we're trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink to rebuild our agency. So yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. Thanks.
Just real quick. So I just want to echo to your point, Councilmember Palmares. 47.5% of our officers, we have 81 officers on staff, 47.5%, to your very point, are 5 years or less on this force. And I do want to say to us as a city leadership, and as a council, one of the things that I'm looking for is, as we continue to move forward, history dictates our future, and the history that we have, again, I've said it often on this dais and in closed doors, what is the culture that we're building? How are we building that culture? And how are we going to be accountable for that culture? The tone begins at the top. And so the question is, what are those policies in place? How are they going to be implemented? And how are they going to be measured at every point for accountability for us as a community? And I have yet to have that answer and would like that answer, because that is part of the building blocks of moving forward as a community, and we need to do that work. And that work is both and. The things that we're doing, we have spent 7 months on this dais, almost week after week, and one of the components in our conversations, our dialogue on this dais, has really been around safety. And safety is not just policing, but it is also how we care for our community, how there are jobs to thrive, how our businesses are safe, and how we are responding to one another and how we respond as a leadership body. And this body is a policy-making body. And so we need to think about what are those policies that need to be in place, measure those policies, determine if those policies are there, and if they're not, what are the gaps and how do we get them, how do we make sure that they get in play? Not a year from now, but be very intentional and expedite the process. Additionally, when I think about our families and the victims of all of these different abuses as stated and inappropriate behaviors, it is also how are we supporting families? And what foundations exist to do that? What processes exist to do that? And we need to work on that as well. So we have a lot of work to do as a city as we continue to work to move forward, as we continue to work to build a place where we are safe, where we all can thrive. And it's going to take all of us to do that work.
Okay, and I believe Councilmember Matulak raised his hand.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And so I also want to give a little brief history of this, where this came in front of us when we were actually down to close to 60 officers. And this was a stopgap measure when Councilmember, the Vice Mayor Braganza and Councilmember Palomares and I came into office, to where we were just trying to put a stopgap of losing officers. And that's where the emergency proclamation came into play. And so at that point, this was kind of part of our toolbox of trying to keep officers from leaving. And part of this process, as the city attorney Neb talked about, is the meet and confer process of this. And so from a meet and confer process, we as a council at that point were dead in the water, just for the fact as the VPOA executive board at that point wasn't willing or basically open to discussion at that point regarding this. And so it wasn't until the new VPOA executive board, which just recently came in, was able to move this to the point where we're at right now, to where we can actually move forward with this. And so from in the term of regressive bargaining as happens, once we've come to a negotiation set point, so to say, we can't go backwards and change things. And first and foremost, I want to acknowledge all of the concerns that the community has been sharing, and that speaks more to the reforms and the cultural competency that this council is looking to address and look to performance reviews, and not just in the police department, but across the board within our own within the city, through all the staff. And so from that standpoint, we're trying to move forward with trying to not only keep the officers that we have, but also retain the officers and specifically bringing the lateral officers in, which will be quicker to get on the streets. But once again, this is just to get us to the point that to help Chief Todd to get to the point, to the number of officers that'll increase the visibility, that'll increase the patrols that we all are trying to achieve through the public safety. But so that is where we need to move forward with this, in my mind, with where we're at, and with the understanding that we as this council are going to take a strong effort to look at the reforms and the cultural competency of our of the police department, along with the rest of our staff. So that's all I'd like to share at this point.
Okay, Councilmember Gordon, one last comment.
Yes, thank you. I do want to address a little bit of a confusion. I think some of our public are assuming that officers have already received funding. I just want that to be clarified, please. Is that accurate or not? I'm assuming that it's not, but I just want to make sure our community is aware of that.
Correct. Yeah, that is accurate. They have not received this funding yet.
All right, thank you so much.
Not seeing any other hands. I think we're ready for a motion.
Through the mayor, we do have a public comment on this item.
Okay, please.
The people, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, my time is short, so I'll get as quick as I can. Last city council meeting, when this was being heard, the city council pushed the community forum to the very end of the meeting, and that prevented the council from hearing community feedback which y'all ended up hearing at the end. But after this item was voted on, which again, I'm going to highlight as a tactic by the city to to censure the feedback from community before y'all are making a decision. This is a pattern of the city multiple times. Furthermore, again, those city council meetings that go on forever. The people were on that call and we fell asleep because we wanted to comment about that, but it was so many hours deep into the meeting that we couldn't. So I need to raise that up as an issue. To go into the actual policy itself, while y'all may have made a vote and you're looking to implement it today, I'm asking that you guys that you set aside this item because y'all haven't talked about this enough. And I don't think it matters about what the attorney said, if there's any repercussions to us going back or asking to change, because that would be the fault of the city staff not providing council with adequate information to make informed decisions around this proposal. Furthermore, Councilmember Gordon's insinuation that we don't know, that the people don't understand what this proposal is about. We're very clear that this retention and recruitment policy not only awards those members who are just coming in, but also the murderers who are currently sitting in rank and file. And then there's no way to separate those funds from those bad actors. The people don't care what didn't happen right. We only care about what you do moving forward. There are no benchmarks for this money, and there is no incentive for them to do their jobs. The community has been filling the gap as far as public safety. Vallejo takes care of itself, not the Vallejo Police Department. Vallejo Police Department is reactionary at best and is protecting property at best. It's not protecting people. There are, think about $2 million going to the community groups who are actually taking care of the people in our city, taking care of the children of our community, teaching and educating and empowering those folks. Let's talk about funding that gap. We don't need the cops like you guys think. This city's crime rate is not even wildly out of proportion to anything in the past. We're seeing no more crime than we have ever, and the gap that y'all are asking to fill is completely imaginary. The community is taking care of ourselves, not VPD.
That does it.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and make a motion. I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Vallejo to amend fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to appropriate expenditure of $2 million for recruitment and retention, step 2 of 2. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll call?
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, because it's already been decided.
Councilmember Lidigiu. Yes. Macias.
Yes.
Matule.
Aye.
Palmares.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the mayor absent.
Okay, we move on to our action calendar. Madam Clerk, will you please call item 9A?
Hold a continued public hearing and adopt a resolution accepting the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 25-26 through 29-30.
Okay, and it looks like we have a presentation from Public Works Director Alcantar and Water Director Schoenberger. So I'll let you take the floor.
Well, excuse me. While I see Oscar's in his seat. Hi, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Beth Schoenberger. I'm your Water Director. I'll hand it to Oscar.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council members. So, Water Director Beth and I are here to present the 25-26 CIP program. So our CIP overview is our multi-year planning tool that is updated annually. The purpose of the CIPs is to identify capital projects, estimate costs, outline funding sources, and set implementation priorities. We're here appropriating only the upcoming fiscal year funding through the city's annual budget process. Any subsequent years are projections and not part of the adopted budget. Our criteria for prioritization is regulatory compliance, reduced liability, grant opportunities, cooperative efforts with other agencies, public safety and services, improving, replacing, and extending the life of existing assets, and the general plan compliance. And I believe Beth is going to present this section.
Yeah, we just wanted to touch on the step that precedes council consideration, which is driven by state law, government code section, as you can see on your slide, which makes sure that all CIP projects conform to the city's general plan. So the process for that is that the Planning Commission approves any new projects coming into the CIP. And that step took place on May 5th of this year, and there's a resolution documenting that. But total projects in the CIP this year are 149, 87 from Public Works, and 62 from Water, which for Water are rolling over from last year, and I'll explain more about that later. Thank you. Back to you, Oscar.
Thank you, Beth. So for this year's appropriations, we have $11,695,803 total dollars, $1,471,875 in capital outlay. That includes also $1.7 million of Measure P funds and just $3.85 million in gas tax funds, which are HUDA and MRA funds. Water additionally has $4.673 million in water funds. Our capital outlay is broken up into our PWC 109, which is our streets, pavement, and maintenance and rehab budget, just under $1 million. We also have this year $705,000 in our public buildings and repairs budget. We earlier returned $721,925 back to the general fund, and $500,000 of those funds went to the marina dredging. All right, our HUDA and RMIA funds are broken down into $3 million for streets, striping, and curb ramps, $350,000 for sidewalks, $300,000 for traffic calming, $200,000 for street signs, and the $1.7 million of Measure P is $700,000 for the Vision Zero plan and corridor study, and $1 million for the 2026 Measure P funds for the 2026 project. Existing projects, we have the Cape Seal, which was in the consent calendar earlier today. Cape Seal project, which is going to be about 40 street segments done here in the next few months. And we have a grind and overlay project that we're still working on final details, and that'll go out to bid here shortly. Existing projects, we have the Springs Road, which is 3 projects on Springs Road. The Hawk project, which is currently under construction. We have the pavement rehab and the road diet that'll be going out to bid soon. In addition to that, we have the grind and paving project, which will be PWC 111 as an additional project. The current state of our PCI index is 43 out of a possible 100. With the Measure P funds and spending just under $13 million a year, we believe that we can get the PCI to 51 in the next 10 years. That would still leave us with a deferred maintenance of $300 million. Other projects, we have the PD headquarters. Plants are close to 100%. We have the PD dispatch. We poured the concrete pad last week, so we're ready to receive the unit now. Expected to ship out to us from Washington next month, and we expect to be ready for occupancy in the 3rd week of November. And with that, I hand it over to Beth one more time.
Hello again. As I mentioned, we don't have any new projects proposed for fiscal year 25-26 CIP, and that is to finish projects underway. The water CIP's list of projects really mushroomed when the 2021 revenue bond was issued. When the pandemic occurred, staffing levels declined, the list of projects really became unrealistic. It was $52 million, which seemed like we had won the water infrastructure lottery, but $52 million only pays for roughly 25 miles of pipe. And the list of projects, which include water mains, but many, many, many other neglected infrastructure items, had to be funded. So as we're coming out of the pandemic, we're going into a multi-year effort to manage and focus water CIP. And this multi-year effort is in year 2. Last year, there were no new projects proposed either. So as we focus in on 25-26, $34 million is rolling over to fund the 62 projects for 25-26, plus we're proposing an additional $4.67 million to be appropriated from the Water Enterprise Fund balance to pay for the full cost of replacing Skyview tank, which I'll talk about it in a minute. Excuse me, I'm not feeling great today, and that's why I'm on Zoom. So the reason we need this additional 4.67 is that we have to have the appropriated funding available in order to go out to bid to replace that tank in the fall. Next slide, please. So the highlights of 25-26 CIP are on the next 3 slides. Like I mentioned, Skyview is a very high priority and is going to consume time and resources this year. It's a 6 million gallon treated water tank. It's been offline since 2021 due to a major leak. It was leaking at roughly 100 gallons a minute. So we had to come offline, and it's been in the design phase, and luckily fortunately we're about to go out to bid for that. The importance of Skyview can't be really underestimated. It plays a major role in the city's distribution of water, including water for fire suppression, and its absence has caused a lot of reworking operationally since 2021, so we're really excited about getting that back online in the next year. And then also on this slide, we've got meter replacement. Excuse me, I'm following along with my notes. Meter replacement and upgrade. So the majority of Vallejo's water meters, as we've presented to council before, but not to this council, are older than 25 years, which means roughly 80 to 90% are beyond their useful life. So the new meters will allow customers to have access to their own water use data throughout the day. Currently, they don't have access to it at all, and the city only has the ability to read each meter every other month. So this is going to be a game changer both for customers who can have access and therefore control over their water use, and then for the city in terms of customer service, data analysis, because we're all going to be looking at the same data that city staff has in water billing and in the water department. So communication is going to be better, customer service is going to be better, and detection of leaks is going to be much more prompt. Exciting news is that last month we reached 50% of the new meters installed. And I think that's all I've got on that one. Can we go to the next slide, please? Dams. The city has 7 dams, and the State Department of Water Resources Division of Safety of Dams, which is a very long name, we fondly refer to them as DSOD. They mandated some really important safety repairs and improvements. So our key focus in the arena of dams is on DSOD compliance. And that is going to be a major effort for the engineering team and the facilities team. Another project on this slide is site security. We've had numerous thefts costing tens of thousands of dollars of copper wire and copper equipment. So we're taking steps to secure and protect water tanks, pump stations, as well as the employees themselves in the field by putting in fencing, security cameras, and gates. Excuse me, next slide. And last but definitely not least is the electrical upgrades for the city's water treatment plant. The electrical equipment is over 25 years old. Parts for repair are mostly obsolete and no longer available. So we're going to update electrical equipment to the plant, pump stations, and substations. And you can see the cost of that on this slide. And then, so those are some of our highlights. And then for an overview in terms of our funding and our strategic delivery, we are proposing, as I said, another $4.67 million. And that's going to involve the further use of the 2021A revenue bonds that I mentioned, as well as use of fund balance from the Water Enterprise Fund. And I think overall, like I said, the 62 projects that I mentioned are in various stages and phases. Some are still in design, a few are in construction, and many are in the middle. There are some projects that are technically in support of infrastructure, but they are like savings accounts. For example, if Caltrans decides to widen a road and we have to move a pipeline, we have to keep money there because that can happen at any time. So we have an increasing little savings account in our CIP for that kind of thing. But the most important focus for the water department with our CIP in the year ahead, like I said, is to clear the backlog. And then once staffing levels rise, knock on wood, we'll aim the goal over the next year or two, depending on how things go, will be to return sort of to the normal cadence and pacing of our project completion. So with that, I turn it back to council for any questions that you may have of Oscar and me. Thanks so much.
Okay, do we have any members of the public that would like to make comments?
No speakers at this time, Vice Mayor.
Okay, then we'll turn it over to council. Our first requested speaker is Councilmember Littlejoux.
Can you tell me the value of our revenue bond? I don't, while you're talking about the different, yes, go ahead.
Sorry. To answer that first question is $52 million, yeah.
So it's 52 million, okay.
Yeah.
And since your slides are broken up by categories, can you just give me a rundown from a total perspective of dollars that we're asking for this 52 million? For the different projects that you're asking to add, to move funds.
Okay, so starting at the macro level in terms of what we're asking for approval for a new appropriation, that is entirely for Skyview. Tank replacement, which is $18 million total cost.
Okay.
I have online with me operations manager Melissa Cansdale, who handles engineering and water resources, and she is the manager of the CIP for water, so she may jump in and help me. And then I also have Janae Chadwick, who is who's the operations manager over administrative and budgeting. So if I understand the rest of your question, you are asking how are we moving funds around within the existing appropriations to cover and address completion of the existing 62 some odd projects.
Right.
Is that your question?
So what I would have, just Director, what I would have preferred is something similar. The pages aren't numbered, so I apologize, but as an example, with Public Works, they gave me a breakdown of here's the gas tax, here are all the things we're going to do. So that's really what I'm asking you for, so I can see the numbers all together by themselves, and then I know where they're going.
Fair enough. That's a very valid point. In terms of funding source, it's all from the Water Enterprise Fund. So like we don't have, so we don't have the different sources that Public Works does that kind of naturally structures how they present it. Melissa probably has some comments about the categories and how we may be moving around funds. I will be candid. It was a very difficult exercise.
Okay.
So to tell you how we have, and it took weeks, months in some ways, to figure out staffing wise, what can we really do? What things are in progress that then rise to the top because sees the inevitable, right? And I don't want to, go into depth and bore you with the sort of the run up to the situation, but to be really candid, when we got $52 million, which we expected 27, but the bond market went to a very low interest rate, so we got double that back in 2021. There really wasn't a plan for what do we suddenly do with the extra, basically $25 million. And so there was a sense of urgency. This is right before the pandemic hit. And our director at the time said, spend as much of this as you possibly can, as quickly as you can. This department had not had a bond of this size ever. And so sort of the psychology of that is that we made this tremendous wish list, which then the staff that are here now has inherited. And we're doing our best to manage it responsibly and efficiently. So Melissa had the very challenging task of looking at where we were, looking at the staff she had available, looking at the status of each project, and without actually knowing at that point in the planning process how much fund balance we were going to have yet, because of just the way, as you know, the way the fiscal year rolls forward and what you know when, she came up with this plan with, of course, my support and Janae's support and her team, our team support. So I would invite Janae, I would invite Melissa, if you want to share more to address to the heart of.
So just tell me what the
Councilmember's
total
question.
spend's going to be.
I can jump in.
Just tell me
here,
the
I
total
think.
spend.
Thanks.
We have 39 million appropriated for next year total.
Okay.
4.6 is new. And of the bond, we've spent 20 million of the bond.
Okay.
And what Beth is alluding to is moving money from bond into enterprise, but the way the bond works is we have to pay from the enterprise fund first before we are reimbursed by the bond. Does that answer your question?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did wish we had edited the slide in the beginning that showed what amount was rolling over to which the 4.6 is added. So I do apologize for that. Thank you.
No problem, we're all working together. I just want to see the numbers together, and that's.
Absolutely.
So, thank you for your work, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, next is Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm going to make a general comment and less a question to Public Works Director Alcantar. I know there's been turnover. I know you guys are managing a lot. But I just have to share my very deep concern about the pace at which we're moving with the police station and that project. Not only do I have a concern because of the escalating construction costs and the fact that we have not been given an update about that. I don't recall in how long. I know you guys, the previous council set aside some dollars to continue to fund the design and move that process along, but we have not heard for months now where that is. I think we just continue to get updates around like it's near 100% completion, it's near 100% completion, and then we don't really know what's going on. And so I am willing to approve this resolution, but I do want us to get a briefing on where we stand with that project. And if we're now looking at 2030, 2031, 2032, I don't even know what year we're gonna get the station, then like what are some additional steps we're taking in the short term to either make some quick improvements to the existing facility where the folks are at now, given that dispatcher's getting moved out, or to set some additional units right next to the dispatch so that folks have another facility they can go to. I just don't know what we're doing around that, and I'm getting jittery with the increasing cost around it and the fact that we haven't received any updates. And that's not on you. I do want to and expect the city manager's office to share an update with us on this as soon as possible. So that's just my only comment around it. And thank you for carrying the ball forward on all of the other projects that I know you have on the queue. Thank you.
Councilmember Matulek.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Beth, Melissa, and Oscar for your presentation. Could you help clarify, maybe I missed it because my connection was going in and out. Could you clarify which projects did not move forward to bring that 525,000 back to the general fund?
That's for Oscar. Yeah.
Yes.
We have quite a few projects. You want me to just go down the line?
I think in general, if you can just clarify, were those pavement upgrades, were that street calming mitigation projects, were they other types of general projects?
They were all small, very small projects that had been sitting idle for some time. The largest portion of that 500,000 came from 392,000 from the Sonoma funds. We had set aside for the Sonoma project that was going to be our addition to Caltrans, and we didn't have to. They didn't require all those funds, so 392 of that 500 is from there.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And to Beth and to Melissa, could you help clarify if we didn't move forward with the Skyview water project, what would be the impact? Generally to whether it's a specific group of Vallejoans or how does that impact the city as a whole?
I'll just give a quick context and then let Melissa finish. Just quickly, to operate a water distribution system as large as Vallejo's, we have 600 miles of pipe. We have to store water throughout the city so that on demand it's available where it's needed. And that is particularly true in terms of fire suppression. So the Skyview tank plays a key role in fire suppression, and I will turn it to Melissa to share a little bit more detail about where it's located, the areas it serves.
Okay. Apologies if I get excited about this, you guys. I'm an engineer. This is where I thrive. So if I go too long, just let me know. So the Skyview tank, throughout our distribution system, the tanks support what are called pressure zones, right? So every hill that you see doesn't have a tank on it, but some of them do, and that supplies enough water pressure to serve the homes down the hill. Skyview is one of those tanks. We have 26 in our system. And one thing that those tanks also do is they don't just supply water supply to the homes below them or fire supply. What they also do is they support the higher zones or the higher pressure zones in a distribution system. And so in our distribution system, there are two primary tanks that support not only their own pressure zones, but they also supply water to higher pressure zones, and pumps will pump water from those tanks to another tank on a higher hill. The first tank is Columbus Tank. It's over on Columbus Parkway. There's going to be a casino maybe built over in that area. So you guys have a general idea of where that tank is located. And then Skyview Tank is off of Goheen Circle. Those are two of our biggest tanks in the system. They're 6 million gallons because they serve that purpose. Skyview being offline reduces the ability of our operators and our distribution system to supply a sufficient amount of water for fire flow to all of those other pressure zones. It also creates operational difficulties in the system because without that standing pressure in that one tank, then the rest of the distribution system requires different pressures to push water through those pipes. And so the impact of not having Skyview on our operations, we've seen a few more main breaks than normal. We've had some issues serving areas because of that. And so we really need to get that tank back online. The other issue with having Skyview offline is Columbus is the only tank that's supporting the additional pressure zones. And so if something happens to Columbus tank, then we really don't have anything to support the zone that Columbus Tank serves, and then the additional zones that are pumped from Columbus Tank. And so this is why we really need to get Skyview back online.
And I'll just say one last thing.
Appreciate that clarification. Oh,
I hope it wasn't too much, by the way. Like I can.
I'm gonna end with a quick context comment. Start in sort of like a detailed context sandwich. To add to the last point Melissa made is that in water, we really have to have redundancy. So her mention of if something happened to Columbus Tank, we would be really in a rough spot. So that's the other reason why Skyview is so important. And that's...
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. So you mentioned there were 26 tanks. Are there any other tanks that are out of commission right now?
I will invite Melissa back, but we have tanks and reservoirs that serve the same purpose, storing water. And one of our key reservoirs, Swansea Reservoir, has been out of commission for, I think it's 3 years now. I may be wrong on that time frame, but roughly.
Yeah, Swansea's technically a dam regulated by DSOD. The reservoir had to be taken offline when, you guys remember those 13 atmospheric rivers? It caused a landslide up by the reservoir, and the landslide caused groundwater to infiltrate the reservoir and contaminate it. So we closed it off and emptied it immediately, and it's been offline since then. So that is a 40 million gallon treated water reservoir. Skyview is a 6 million gallon treated water reservoir. So we are currently down 46 million gallons of treated water reserves in the system.
So are those the only other ones that are out of commission right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And thank you for that clarification. And so question goes back to Oscar. So I know you've received quite a few comments about the street, some of the street paving, but particularly about street calming. And I know in my particular district, we've been getting an influx of requests for street calming mitigation interventions. And so where in the CIP, if at all, are there plans for any further street calming mitigations?
We've set aside $700,000 for street calming, and these are requests that go to our traffic engineer, get approved, and then our staff will implement those.
And part of that, the street calming, in the past, we've talked about identifying specific intersections. Have those locations been identified already?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I'd have to go back to the traffic engineer and see if we've identified those locations already.
And I think we as a council would appreciate that specific information, because I know we, in our previous council, we've identified some locations, and hopefully these address that. But if they don't, we'd like to put some of these other locations on that hit list of areas that we would like to see with more street mitigation or street calming mitigation.
Yeah, I'll get back
and that would
to you
be it for me. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate from the water department sharing and answering a lot of questions that we have. I do want to ask, you mentioned there's 2 offline due to damages. Would that also help if we look into the future of repairing them or getting them back online, or do you see it's not necessary at this point if we get your request up?
It would certainly help if we repaired Swansea Reservoir. We have not even obtained an estimate for that yet, because there are so many other projects already underway ahead of it in line, and funding is very limited. We are really pleased, as we've mentioned, that we're going to be bringing the 6 million gallon reservoir Skyview back online this year, though.
Thank you. So will you, for the future, just so that we can better prepare, could you look into repairing, what the cost would be to repair both those locations? Because I heard her say that there's cracks in the pressure. Now, I know we're going to get this one up, but just imagine the less cost and damage it would be, because especially with all these little earthquakes we've been having. I mean, even our apartment building is having issues. If you could look into see what we could do to prepare ourselves, that would be really helpful. Thank you so much for an excellent report, and thank you to our engineer with her excitement and her educating us. And to Public Works, may I ask, I don't know if you were here, but I had asked, whenever this project's coming, could you please indicate what district they're in? That will help us not ask you for things that you may be already working on in our district. And at this time, I hope this is not inappropriate, I want to say thank you for the work that you've done in District 6 regarding safety and definitely beautification. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Ledesju.
Last point to Councilmember Matias's comment regarding the police department. I'd like the timeline, and I'm quite sure the timeline is probably lengthy. And with that in mind, what are some interim solutions for the current state? Because we do have employees there. I know that there's lots of meetings with our city attorney and whomever else regarding the different conditions in the building. But I'd like to have a plan of how we're going to move forward while we're waiting to have a new building. Because the reality is that staff are also, as I said, our staff, and we do need to think about how we are accommodating and ensuring that they have a place that's safe and decent to reside in. And I say safe loosely because I know there's a lot of legal ramifications, but really from a very practical matter, we do have to think about, would I want to work there? What can we do differently while we're waiting? And I know it's difficult, so I'm asking for that.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion, so I move that we have held and continued the public hearing and adopt a resolution accepting the 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal years 25-26 through 2029 through 2030.
Vice Mayor, can I suggest a friendly amendment?
Of course.
I would also like to include in your motion that the city council be briefed on the police station's project, including interim housing options and associated timelines to move that project forward, maybe within the next 30 days. Does that work, Councilmember Ladiju?
Yes.
Okay.
So can we have a presentation of the police department headquarters within the next 30 days? Along with the interim plan of how we're going to execute, what we're going to do to execute until we can build the building?
Yeah, I'm going to have to defer to Public Works since that kind of rests and kind of lies over there. Is 30 days an adequate timeline?
Would that be an adequate time for you? I know you've got a lot on your plate, but we have not been briefed, and it's a huge project, and
I agree.
it's a lot of money, and we need to know what's going on.
Yeah, we are preparing a staff report to update the council.
Would 30 days work for you, or maybe 45?
No, 30 days.
30 is fine? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And
so
just a
the-
comment, council member, I think according to the city clerk, there is an agenda item on August 5th that relates to this topic already.
Yeah.
Great.
I think there's, yeah, it's an update on several projects on August 5th. I'm getting head nods in the back, so great.
So before you go, but while it might be on the agenda, we've just added an additional piece asking for what are some interim solutions. So I don't know if that presentation already includes that. If it doesn't, then I'm asking that it does.
Okay, fair enough. So we will go ahead and ask the clerk to hold a vote.
Councilmember Ledesju.
Aye.
Matias.
Yes.
Matule.
Aye.
Palmares.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the mayor absent.
Okay, we'll go on to action item B. If the clerk could please call that item.
Adopt a resolution, 1, finding the Cape Seal 2025 project, resurfacing residential streets with Cape Seal, categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guideline section 15301C, 2, approving the project plan and specifications for the project, and 3, awarding a construction contract to Gelati Brothers Incorporated of San Rafael, California in the amount in the amount of $3,689,824.98 and rejecting all other bids and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
Okay, and I believe we have a presentation again from the Public Works Director.
We don't have a presentation, but I can tell you a little bit. This is the first piece of the 2025 Measure P funds. This is the Cape Seal project where we're concentrating on streets that are in, I'm going to say, medium shape, that we can extend the life of the project with the Cape Seal. And we only had 2 bidders for this project. We went with the lowest bidder, and that's where we are. To the council member, we'll send out a map with the locations there so we can show every district.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay, it looks like we still got 20 seconds left on the time clock. Do you have an idea? Can you rattle off a few of the streets that are part of that project? Is that the one that the last plan we saw? I think there was portions of Tennessee was part of that project. Is that the same list?
No, that's the mill and fill.
Okay.
And that one, we're like I said, we're still working on it. That's going to take a big chunk of Tennessee and Georgia. So we're excited about that one.
But that's in the future. That's not this project.
Very near future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
No members of the public at this time.
Okay. Do we have any? It looks like we've got some requests. We'll start with Councilmember Ledaju.
Real quickly, can you remind me, Cape Seal, what that process is, real quickly?
So it's going to be a lot of the roads that we have sections of them that are in poor condition and also in good condition. So this is going to be, we're going to go out, fix I'm going to say the dig outs, the soft spots, and then we're going to put a coat over the top with a chip and then another coat over the chip.
So when you say chip, I'm just curious, because I was really disappointed the work that was done in Glen Cove on my street particularly. I'm just going to be real. Are you talking about all this dirt and sand flying up? That is, I'm going to say this, that is such a waste of money. When I look at my street, I'm just going to be really frank, and I've said it before, that's why I'm asking this question. My street does not feel like it has been taken care of at all. And we have a lot of traffic that goes down South Regatta, and I don't know why we choose to do this process versus doing an adequate job that really is meaningful to the public. I have to say that. I don't like it at all.
I agree with you with that project. This is a little different, though. This is going to have a cover over that chip. So what happened on that project, it didn't have the cover. There was a lot of rocks everywhere, a lot of sweeping. We got a lot of calls. This is a better product.
So with that in mind, since you just agreed with me and you had a lot of complaints, my street still looks the same, but we paid all that money, taxpayer dollars, to do that work. So how are we going to go back and fix that work? Because it's unacceptable when we're spending a lot of money, taxpayer dollars, and we don't get the value for our money.
Again,
I am putting you on the spot, and I apologize. No, I don't apologize.
This is a better product. Yeah. This is a much better product than.
But what are you going to do about my street where my residents live and there's tons of traffic and you just acknowledge that you got many, many complaints?
Early on when we did that project, because it didn't have a cover over the chip, a lot of chips were rolling off onto the sidewalk.
But did we come back and redo it?
No, because that wasn't part of that project.
So when are we going to redo it? Because we too deserve appropriate treatment on our streets. And we have streets in Glen Cove that are major street also going down Glen Cove, and I know it's not yet ready to be done, but as the district council member, I don't want a shoddy job, and I really do want to know, when are we going to come back and fix South Regatta? That is a very busy street, and you've gotten a lot of complaints, and yet we have not backtracked. When are we going to backtrack? I'm holding you to this. When are we going to backtrack?
I'll have to get back to you on when we can get back to that one.
So you have 2 weeks to get back to me to at least tell me when we're going to get back and do a fair job for that street.
Regatta.
Because we spent a lot of money on that street, and it was horrible. South Regatta.
South Regatta. You got
Yes.
it.
You got the other streets right, but you did not get that major street done. Thank you.
We'll get it.
And I hope we never do that again in any community.
You and me both.
Thank you so much, sir.
And I think there's several streets that we would just be happy to have gravel on for some of the potholes that we have. So I'm just saying there's a lot of rough roads in this street in this town. Okay, Councilmember Matias.
So along those same lines, Director, I have I guess a different question. So when I was walking last year, running for office, on Hill Street, you guys did a similar seal project. And many of the residents on that street in particular were complaining to me. I was like, I'm not even in office yet. They were telling me that there wasn't any inspection that was done after the fact to ensure that the striping and that the work that had been done by the contractor had been done appropriately. So I guess those were statements made by residents as I walked. So I guess my question to you is like, what does that inspection process look like for a member of your team? Is that in place where they go, they do something, and then you guys after the fact kind of check it off? Because I know we're taking an action as a council when we have to like approve that a project is completed, but I don't really know kind of what internal controls per se you guys have in place to ensure that these things are being done well and we're not getting those phone calls.
Yeah, we have our engineering techs. They are on every job doing inspections every day with the contractors. So if you can tell me what street you were referring to.
Yeah, I'll forward them to you because it was just done last year. But I mean, the residents there were not happy.
Where was this?
Off of, it's on Hale Street. I'm pretty sure it's on Hale Street. It's right off of where I live on Goheen. I live on Goheen. That street in particular, several residents were complaining, and I mean, I dropped in a note to Mark, but I wasn't really asking about the inspection portion of it. It was more like folks don't really feel like their taxpayer dollars were well spent just because of the finishes and the fact that there wasn't like appropriate striping done. And so I don't know if this is the same group that we're working with this year, but it would just be helpful to have you guys give us some visibility as to what that process looks like on the back end, and that you guys go ahead and do that, considering we're spending $3.7 million on this project this summer.
It's not the same contractor. That was pavement coatings. This is Gelati Brothers. Either way, our inspectors are there and will definitely come back and take care of it.
And then what's the timeline? If we go ahead and approve this evening, like when can folks expect to see those segments in each of the districts get that treatment?
We need to get the contract signed. We need to get all the documentation. Usually it takes about, what would you say, a month and a half? Once.
Didn't want to go. After the bid process is over, after bid opening? Is that what you're talking about, timeline after that?
After a contract is signed, that we can get the contractor out.
So it depends on the value of the contract. So we have, one process that is bound into the contract about, a pre-construction start conference, et cetera. Well, slightly longer process when it's a contract over $750,000 because there's more people who have to attend that conference. But yeah, maybe depending on the time of year. That's the other thing that dictates. So it's hard to say, but that's a good guess as to like a general term.
So this is over $3 million, and the original timeline that we shared with the public. Now I know that you've had some staff transition. We told folks this summer this project was going to move forward. At least city staff did earlier this year. So are you still sticking to that summer timeline, meaning by September 20th? Or are we now looking at October, November?
I think we'll be at the end of September for this project.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Matulek, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Oscar, for the presentation. So to go back to Councilmember Letigiou's concern, along with Councilmember Matias's concern. So my question goes to you: is that an issue of design of what was being implemented, or was it a contractor's means and methods shortcoming for the end result on these projects?
The one that Councilmember Letigiou was referring to was a chip seal, and that was one that the county actually did. We partnered with the county. This is 5 years ago, maybe? 4 years ago?
So with that being said, and through my professional experience, isn't there a inspection process to where if it's unacceptable, it gets redone?
Yes. I don't know that, I know that Councilmember Letigiou would certainly call it unacceptable. I don't know that the project itself was unacceptable.
But if it was having the issues.
The complaints that we got at the time was rocks on the sidewalks. And that's, for a chip, that's not uncommon. That when the chip goes down, it needs to get run over for a few days, and during those few days, there's a few loose chips, and so the contractor has to sweep those continuously before they put a coat over it that seals those chips in. So the initial calls that we got were, "Hey, there's chips on my sidewalk." In other words, the calls weren't, "Hey, the street's, torn up." You know what I mean?
But the rocks are supposed to stay on the ground.
Yeah.
So that sounds to me that was a means and methods and execution issue with the contractor, that it wasn't acceptable or wasn't correctly done. And so that's where my question goes back to the contract is, did someone sign off on it that it was acceptable at that time?
So, if I may, Mr. Vice Mayor, I think the question comes down to, in a contract, where we look at whether or not they have met the requirements of the agreement. So when the engineer goes out to inspect that work, he's comparing it to the plans and specifications. If it does not meet the plans and specifications, yes is the answer to your question. There would be a request for accountability, and what needed to be done would need to be redone. I think what Oscar's trying to say is, in that instance, it met the plans and specifications because that was the mode of construction called out to be used on that particular street. Given the community response to that mode of construction, your Public Works Division is saying to you, they're not going to use that mode of construction again. They're going to use something that avoids that circumstance that was described. I don't know, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know whether or not there's an actual loss of utility associated with that method of construction versus the method he was previously, or now speaking about for the new streets that are getting Cape sealed, of overlaying the gravel so that it has a layer of, I'm assuming, tar or oil on top of it. That takes all of that down to a more, I'll call it smooth and or not so dusty and loose surface. That's the word that I was looking for. I don't know if there's a different utility in that, but the contractor will be held to the plans and specifications of the contract. And they submit bonds for that work. So if they don't build it to the plans and specifications of the contract, then we have the opportunity to call the bond.
And maybe I may have misheard this, but it sounded like all the other streets were done right. It was just South Regatta that was messed up. So I don't know if that's the actual case or for that scope of work at that time.
It was the same.
Yeah,
so,
I don't.
Again, this was yeah, we're not using that method anymore. That's correct.
So that's my ultimate question. If we've learned that lesson, it sounds like we've learned that lesson to where we're not using
Absolutely.
that methodology anymore moving forward. So thank you for that clarification. And so, and in the agenda packet, for this agenda item, you shared a map of certain areas where this Cape Seal is happening. Is this map accurate and to the full extent of all the scope of work that's actually occurring?
For this project, correct, yes.
Okay, and so just in general, with all the projected construction that's in progress right now, and once this is complete, do you have a guesstimate or an understanding of how much our PCI is going to be increased once all of this is concluded, up to this scope of work?
No, I don't. This is a very small area of the city. The PCI won't move hardly any with just this project. Those streets will,
Okay.
but the overall
Thank you for that.
scope of the city, the overall average won't move.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's the underlying question is for the current state of those streets. Could you give a general understanding of what state or status they're in and what this will improve it up to?
Yeah, for those specific streets, I want to say the average is probably about 35 to 40, the PCI, and it should bump it up considerably, probably into the high 50s.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And that would be that would be the extent of my questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights, I move that we adopt a resolution, one, finding the Cape Seal 2025 project, MP 2025, resurfacing residential streets with Cape Seal, category exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301C. Number 2, approving the project plans and specifications for the project. And 3, awarding a construction contract to Gelati Brothers, Inc. of San Rafael, California in the amount of $3,689,824.98 and rejecting all other bids and authorizing the city manager to execute the same. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll call?
Councilmember Matulik.
Aye.
Palmares.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Ledechu.
Yes.
And Matias.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Source absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item C. Madam Clerk, would you call that item?
Adopt a resolution approving the Economic Development Commission 2025 work plan and providing a notice of intent to amend fiscal year 25-26 budget in the amount of $7,967 for the completion of work plan items contained in the previous EDC work plan. This is step 1 of 2.
Thank you. And do we have a presentation?
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager and Interim Economic Development Director at this point in time. This evening, we have Yvette Iraheta, and she will be presenting this item tonight on behalf of the Economic Development Commission, and we do have some commission members on the line as well. Yvette?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Yvette Iraeta, and I'm an Economic Development Program Manager in the city. I am very excited to bring this item before you this evening on behalf of the Commission. With me online, I have the Chair of the Commission, Nicole Lufus, and hopefully Commissioner Garcia is also online. Let's get started. I have 3 goals in this presentation. First, I want to give you an overview of the Commission, its purpose, and its duties. I also want to give you an update on recent accomplishments. And at the end, I want to make the presentation on the work plan. So generally, the purpose of the Economic Development Commission is laid out on Municipal Code, Chapter 2. Its 3 main purposes. One is to advise the City Council on issues that can enhance job growth and increase private investment in Vallejo. Also to review and assist with updates to city's plans, such as the economic development element of the general plan, strategic plans that relate to economic development. and to assist with business retention and attraction activities. Next slide, please. So to fulfill that purpose, they have a lot of duties. The duties are also spelled out on Municipal Code, Chapter 2.36. And as you can see, there's a lot of duties. I want to highlight the recent changes that were made to the Municipal Code for the Economic Development Commission. And those are highlighted in blue. But generally, rather than go over word by word, I want to focus on the first 4 duties. Essentially, they are to be familiar with current plans for economic activity, plans and matters relating to economic activity in the city. They are also to make recommendations to council, as they did in 2024, to make updates to the municipal code. That ordinance amendment focused on ensuring that the focus went on the duties, focusing on enhancing job growth that results in increased private investment and assists in sales tax growth. That was important to the commission in 2024, and they wanted to incorporate that municipal code update. Also to plan and conduct business retention and business attraction programs, and to maintain relationships with organizations, whether they are local or regional, across the state that have to do with economic development. So that's generally their duties, as you can see. It's a lot of responsibility. The commissioners are very engaged and active throughout the city and with organizations and with businesses. So that will continue to be their focus. Next slide, please. Background. In 1971, the Community Development Council, which was referred to as Economic Development Commission, was established. So over 50 years, this body has been in effect. In 2011, it adopted its name, the Economic Vitality Commission, but then through the Municipal Code Amendment in 2024, it reverted back to the Economic Development Commission. And previous activities have included business walks, tours, participation with and collaboration with organizations like Visit Vallejo, participation in Solano EDC, for example. Next slide, please. So now I'm excited to go over some of the recent accomplishments. In 2022, Council adopted its 2022 work plan. And within that, they carried out some of the following activities. Along with the duties of being informed of matters concerning economic development, they received reports from City of Vallejo departments, including economic development, IT, public works, and organizations like Solano EDC, the Chamber of Commerce, Economic Forensics and Analytics. Also in 2021, they developed a survey. This was a survey that was distributed across the city to small businesses, medium-sized businesses. I think all businesses were invited. That survey was important because it was shared with the consultant that was developing the Economic Development Strategic Plan. And so they were able to provide input into that economic development strategic plan through the survey as well as through engagement with the consultant. They were instrumental in facilitating the formation of the City of Vallejo's Main Street. I remember when that research started in 2022, learning about the criteria for developing a main street in the city. It's a state organization with certain criteria and requirements, and I believe that they're still looking to fulfill those requirements to get the actual designation. They have also provided feedback to staff to improve our Economic Development Department's website. So I hope some of you have been able to see some of those changes and are able to find information more easily through some of the changes that have been made. and will continue to be made. Some of the work that I think is also very exciting is the Vallejo weekly articles featuring local businesses. If you saw some of those articles, especially in 2022, 2023, that is the work of the commission. And again, they continue to make recommendations to City Council, such as the Vallejo Municipal Code update, and they've been engaged in business retention and expansion visits. They've gone to visit Tesla, Six Flags, Earthquake Protection Services, and Mayor. So that's important because businesses are looking not only to make a connection with staff, but sometimes they're very excited when they get to meet a commissioner, and they like to have somebody other than staff to contact and follow through with whatever matters they find important to do so. Next slide, please. So now, how did we get to the Economic Development 2025 work plan? With a lot of time and energy, a lot of thought, and a lot of heart, I will say. This commission is very engaged in wanting to do work for the city in the area of economic development. So there's the chronology of work that went into this. In 2024, there were some new commissioners that came on board. There was a change in the chair. They had already worked on a 2022 work plan for 2 years. They felt that it was important to review it and to revisit areas of focus for upcoming years. So they started by researching what other commissions across different cities do in the area of economic development, what other cities do through economic development departments, and they started sharing that research. By January 2025, they more thoroughly reviewed the 2022 work plan and evaluated what gaps or what was important to carry forward. By February, they had a draft that they continued to deliberate on, and by April, they fine-tuned it and they took action on a resolution recommending that they present the 2025 work plan to City Council for adoption. Next slide, please. So generally, they propose 5 key focus areas as laid out on this slide. So for strategy, they want to develop and refine economic strategies to derive growth. So essentially what they're wanting to do is to continue to develop their knowledge and their technical skills in the area of economic development, continue to engage in trainings and share this information with the business community through business district briefings, for example, and continuing to engage with local organizations, receiving presentations on a quarterly basis, like from Visit Vallejo. So that's going to be a key focus for the next couple of years. They want to continue to do business recruitment. In our department, we call that business attraction. Through development of marketing and recruitment materials, for example, and facilitating networking events. So again, the focus on business recruitment or attraction. Business retention, and that's existing business. And in our department, we pair that with retention and expansion. So supporting local businesses and also helping them expand. So connecting them with resources, whether they are local resources or regional resources, state resources, bringing that to them so that it's not scattered and distributed all over. What else? They want to continue to focus on Shop Local campaign through this focus. And then public safety continues to be a key focus area for this commission. And they have a couple of ideas. They haven't decided what exactly they want to do, but they want a pilot project. So they've talked about adopt a string, which is like focusing on a specific business district, and whether it's the businesses that adopt a string, that's like enhancing lighting, for example. So they've been talking about different things. They haven't decided on what that pilot project will be, but they want a pilot project. And civic innovation and technology, this is, I find very interesting and important. They want to do more research on AI, artificial intelligence. It's something that we still need to learn more about. And this is a commission that does really good research. So they want to learn how is it that other cities, other commissions, small businesses, medium businesses are benefiting or using it, or how can it be used? So bringing that information to the table and sharing it across our business community. Next slide, please. One thing I wanted to point out is that the 2025 work plan is aligned and supports the goals of multiple strategic documents. They did review the Vallejo General Plan as well as the Economic Development Strategic Plan, both adopted in 2024. They also reviewed previous meetings and agendas of the Economic Development Commission to ensure that something that was important to previous commissions was considered and carried forward if they thought that it was valuable to do so. Next slide, please. So in the 2025-26 budget, $20,000 have been allocated to the Economic Development Commission, and this is how they propose to spend that. Safety and beautification pilot, approximately $7,500 for that project. Professional materials like photography, business roundtables, recruitment events, approximately $3,500. Marketing activities and outreach, and community engagement sentiment analysis. There's more information in a justification page on the work plan that gives you a lot more detail on this, but this is generally how they want to spend those $20,000. Next slide, please. And one of the requests this evening is that that you provide notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget in the amount of $7,967 for completion of work plan items contained in previous EDC work plan. So they had a $10,000 budget in the 2024-25 fiscal year. They have a balance now of $7,967. This budget was approved at the beginning of fiscal year 24-25. They started working on making, deciding how to spend these line items, and then they got really busy with the development of the new work plan. They felt that they were pretty much 90% done with the work plan, and by the time that they wanted to come back to addressing these line item expenditures, it was about March. And then they needed to work with a two-step process on each of those line items, which was, they ran out of time. They were really good in expending the training and focusing on the trainings. And then they realized that they were running out of time, and they wanted to make a request to continue to use these funds. And the mechanism that we have is to ask that council considers an amendment to the 2025-26 budget and provide notice of intent to amend. This is in addition to the $20,000, but this would allow them to complete projects that they already intended to complete, like the pole banner and signage. They were talking about wayfinding and doing some signage project to help visitors in the city or residents understand the city's districts or key locations. So again, they're really excited about being able to complete these projects, and they're making this request to you this evening. Next slide, please. So again, the recommendation is to adopt a resolution by the City Council to approve the EDC 2025 work plan and provide notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 25-26 budget in the amount of $7,967 for the completion of work plan items contained in the previous EDC work plan 2022 as step 1 of 2. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. That completes my presentation. And again, the chair of the commission is online, to my understanding, and is available to answer questions that you might have directly for the commission.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any public comments?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We do have one. Ann C., please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Council. I just wanted to speak in support of the Economic Development Commission and make a note that when I first came back to Vallejo 15 years ago, I had looked into maybe trying to apply for that commission at that time. At that time, the commission would meet maybe once a quarter for an hour, and that included reading the minutes and taking the Pledge of Allegiance. So it was completely inactive and really not utilized by the city. So I'm thrilled to see that different commissioners have tried to activate the commission and really make it meaningful. It's such a key area for Vallejo. It's essential that we really have all the oars in the water that we can to develop our economic prospects. So I hope the council will support the commission. And I want to give a shout out to Councilmember Matias, who had been on that commission before he decided to run for office. And he was one of the hardworking champions that really tried to make that commission meaningful. So I ask you to support the commission. It's essential work for Vallejo. Thank you.
No other speakers at this time, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Our first council member will be Councilmember Matulik, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Yvette and Gillian, for your presentation. I know from this council, and even when I first started on council with Councilmember Bergenzer or Vice Mayor Bergenzer and Councilmember Palmeris, public safety was always number one, but a very close second was always economic development. And I would like to give a special shout out to previous Vice Mayor Mina Lorera Diaz, who was the previous liaison to the Economic Development Commission. And it was through her efforts that we currently have the budget that the EDC, this Economic Development team currently has. But it was through her pushing to where it changed the municipal code to get the budgets to where we are right now, where each of our commissions have a minimum of $1,000, along with having a work plan to do. But I especially want to highlight Councilmember Matias, who was previously the chair of the commission of the EDC, that is kind of transitioning to continue the work that and the pushing that Vice Mayor, former Vice Mayor Laura Diaz has done to advance it to its current state. And the question I have is, for events, particularly like for Hot August nights or maybe Pista Sanayon, which department within the city does that fall under?
Through the Vice Mayor, the event program is run through the city manager's office. The grants for the
And so this is
event.
where I appreciate that, and I understand that's tied to the grants, but I would like to see maybe part of this, at least maybe some planning or some scheduling at least, come in front of the Economic Development Commission, because events like Hot August Nights and like Pista Sanayan, those activate people coming from out of town into the city, to where I think the Economic Development Commission could provide more input or could provide some guidance on some of those events and even expand the number of events. Obviously, working with the city manager's office of how the granting and the funding from a lot of these would be able to help support that. The other question I have is, and I know you had like Discovery Kingdom and the Tesla noticed on here. I know with COVID, I think Discovery Kingdom is one of the things here that got severely impacted. And I would like to see, are we expecting a report about Discovery Kingdom and how we can better improve that? And could that come in front of the Economic Development Commission to have their input to help provide any suggestions or guidance for something like that?
Yes, that's a very good idea. We can research and bring that before the commission before we report out to the council.
Appreciate that. And I know, and a lot of the feedback I get from a lot of Vallejoans and even people outside of Vallejo is one of the things that is a big question mark of why we don't have more of these is restaurants, because restaurants bring in foot traffic and bring in outside people potentially to come into Vallejo that would increase a lot of the visibility. And obviously that's kind of maybe potentially tied to public safety. So those work hand in hand. But is there a primary focus of recruiting more restaurants and a variety of restaurants to come here to Vallejo?
So the ED strategic plan does have several strategies about business recruitment, including restaurants. I don't know that restaurants are prioritized any over and above other sectors, business sectors, but there is a recruitment piece and portion and marketing as well in the economic development strategic plan. I believe that begins in phase 2 of the strategic plan. So 2026 and 2027. We're working currently on the phase 1 tasks at this time.
Thank you for that clarification. And I sent out an email and shared with certain individuals about, for those that are aware, Martinez just shared a waterfront development project, and I would like to think that we as a city could get to that level. Obviously, once we fill the economic development director position, and I'm hoping this is the type of vision that the economic development director would kind of have, is similar to what they've done in Martinez. Obviously, there's different components working at Martinez versus what's going on here in Vallejo. But I would like to think that we could actually strategize and figure stuff out that maybe worked in Martinez that we could probably implement here, or even go beyond of what Martinez is doing. And so this kind of speaks to the idea that Councilmember Matias and I have talked about of each commission not working or board working in a silo, but there's a lot of overlapping that can help support a lot of each other, to where we have actually started conversations of hoping to get the Planning Commission along with the Economic Development Commission to kind of have conversations to see how we can support both commissions in unison. And so this is where I'm hoping we're able to advance to give a lot of our commissions more validation of what they do and what they're able to do. And so I would like to think the other commissions and boards would use this Economic Development Commission as a model of how to go about moving forward to advance not only their commission, because this is the only commission that I've seen that has come forward with a work plan, with a strategy of how to advance not only Vallejo, but their vision of what they're trying to do within their own commission. So I know I've talked about it with the commissions that I'm a liaison to, but once again, I would like to ask the other commissions and boards to look at this Economic Development Commission as a model of what they're doing. And I think, and I very much appreciate how a lot of these have been laid out in detail of this. And I would like to think a lot of our other commissions and boards could do a similar presentation in front of the city council to show us what their vision and what their goal setting and what their planning is. And that's what the purpose of the work plan was, of how we implemented that as part of each and every commission. So thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. People are still wanting to call me Commissioner Gordon because of Batman. But I want to thank you so much. I want to first of all welcome you. I appreciate your thorough report. And again, I echo the praise to my colleague for his work, even so much to change a lot of and also include. So I want to thank you, Councilmember Matias, for your dedication, and also to our Vice Mayor, Mina Diaz. I appreciate everything that you all have done, because it's true, with this piece is important. Of course, beautification is important, even to every commission is important. I would like to ask to see anyone who steps into this role to not only look at the waterfront that's here, but to stretch it all the way into District 6, Dirt Street. I get so much compliments of the beautiful lining. Of course, that ship's been there since I've been there, here in 2005, but just when they ride the ferry, they can see so much all the way down there, including maybe even considering the Bay Trail line, to go to Lemon. But anyone who's thinking about that, because I see so many grocery stores. I literally have dreams of this, from this waterfront all the way into District 6. There's a lot of money sitting there. And anything that we're doing, I do agree. So I remember when La Russo had that event downtown. I'm telling you, every business had an opportunity to benefit from that concert. I mean, free concert to the community, and I mean, both ends from everywhere just had so much. And I just heard just recently that we haven't had that since that event, right? So just thinking about taking advantage of our streets downtown and not run off businesses who are here, who are trying to do things. I do like that we do have some wonderful incentives to business that needs security grants, as we heard earlier, that we want to offer. So just want to make sure that we are truly looking at building up our downtown, building up our inside of our Vallejo, such as, down Georgia Street, Spring Street. We have a lot of business in those areas. So our inland of Vallejo, but just want to acknowledge that. And I do like what Visit Vallejo did, I believe. I hope I said that right, where they were acknowledging each business, and you had like a contest that you did. So I do want to support that. And I just want to also say one more important thing. I would like for our city of Vallejo to do a campaign called Buy Local. I think if we do something like that, oh wow, that would do a lot. It doesn't have to only be restaurants, but it could be any of the businesses that we have, acknowledging maybe 10 businesses a week or a day, if you could do that. If that's not asking too much, that would really explain the finance that you're asking for the social media component. So just wanted to share those ideas. Thank you so much. Again, welcome.
Can I clarify quickly through the Vice Mayor?
Of course.
Just so you know, we have started a Shop Local campaign. It's part of the ED strategic plan. The first business roundtable meeting was held July 2nd. So we've started those conversations. We will be working with EDC on that as well. That's very exciting. Also some pop-up events. I just wanted to clarify, there is a revolving loan fund currently open. Council designated the $355,000 of ARPA remaining funds to that revolving loan fund for businesses here in Vallejo, and the Solano EDC is helping us implement that. So if there's anybody listening or out there, please go online to our website and look at those revolving loan fund opportunities. And then lastly, very quickly, as you recall, we did get $1.3 million from MTC for the waterfront specific plan and $1.3 for the downtown specific plan. And those processes an RFP will be heading out hopefully in the next month. I saw a draft of that RFP is being worked on currently. And so hopefully by the fall, we'll kick those projects off. And we are definitely planning on including the entirety of the waterfront from the bridge all the way down to this Berry Mills site. So just wanted to clarify for you.
Thank you so very much. You just have music to my ears. For those who are in the community, could you please let them know what MTC stands for? I know, but I just want to make sure.
I apologize. Thank you. Metropolitan Transportation Commission is where we've got those couple $1 million worth of grants to do a community engagement process on these new specific plans and do all the environmental review, look at infrastructure that will be needed to implement the plan so that we can get those development opportunities streamlined through the process.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate your report.
Okay, Councilmember Matias, please.
Through the mayor, I also just want to inform you that both Commissioner Garcia and Chair Lufus have their hand raised.
Yeah, so I'm going to start there. Chairman Lufus and Commissioner Garcia, any general thoughts you want to offer on the development of the work plan and the level of support you would need from council in addition to the budgetary ask?
Good. Hi, this is Chair Lufus. Thank you all for having this on the agenda tonight and getting it to on the agenda tonight. I appreciate it. Commissioner Garcia, would you like to? And I also like to say that this entire work plan was the baby of Commissioner Garcia, along with her baby. She did all the hard work and brought it back and forth and did a lot of the research and all of the typing. So, Commissioner Garcia, would you like to add anything before I say anything?
Sure, I appreciate it. Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. I wanted to also just quickly thank Acting Director Hain, Secretary Arata for your great presentation, the community for coming out tonight in support of our work. And I also wanted to acknowledge Attorney Nebb in helping us clarify some processes that I think we've had to work through in the last year or two that I have joined the commission. I think as it pertains to the work plan, I think we're really excited to talk about some of the things that have been surfaced this evening, whether it's Discovery Kingdom or the waterfront project. I think we're eager to implement some clear written processes so we can provide this team and this council with those recommendations. I think one thing that I wanted to highlight, there's many, many things about this plan that are important, that reflect, I think, the sentiments and discussions of even some of you on the dais this evening. But most importantly, I really think that while city agencies are a fantastic mechanism for long-term planning, the commission's role really represents the acute needs of the community. Our role is to engage, to empower, and to test out these solutions before we make larger investments and big investments to support this strategy. So that's really the foundation. So a lot of the terminology, the methods, and the tactics that are laid out in this plan are intended to do just that. While I could certainly go into it with much detail, I wanted to acknowledge and to articulate the spirit and the ethos, I think, of the plan as it stood with much support from our chair. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then I'll just jump in really quick, if that's okay,
Yep.
Councilmember Matias.
Yes,
Just
please.
wanted to just confirm some of the questions that were spoken. Let's see. So as far as restaurants in Vallejo, we want to start a program where we're highlighting restaurants because that is an area of leakage I feel we can address and have the most success with. So working with Visit Vallejo, the chambers, and this is a citywide, restaurant program, and it does not need to be downtown or just on the waterfront. The commission's goal is to incorporate everything we do into the whole of Vallejo, not just our important corridors, but also the smaller areas, Tennessee, the Tennessee corridor, Springs, as somebody else mentioned. And also one of the other areas that I wanted to address was we have a micro grant loan for safety, but I would love this commission to have one for beautification where a business can do something great, submit it to the EDC and have micro grant available to them. So those are just kind of some of the things I just wanted to touch on. And also the wayfinding, that would be a banner, like pole banners in different areas, kind of saying, this is the district you're in, this is your neighborhood, and just to give some kind of civic pride all over Vallejo. So that's kind of speaking to some of the specifics that were asked, I believe, by Councilmember Matulik. So that's all I have, unless Yvette, you want to add anything, but you did an amazing job. Thank you so much for being there tonight.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioner Garcia, and just extending my gratitude to the rest of that commission. You guys have been working really hard for several years to really center economic development and to actually get some work done. So to that end, I want to quickly ask our city attorney a question. Can I propose additions to this work plan? Is that allowed? Or requests under what they have aligned?
Yeah, I think, so ultimately, the commission under our code proffers a work plan. But their work plan does actually require the council's approval. So certainly if the council members or collectively the council has an idea about something you'd like to see the commission add to its work plan, that is within the scope of the item that's before you this evening.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of quick things I just want to mention to the council. One of the priorities of the work plan is for this commission to serve in an advisory capacity. We have a lot of conversations. They go until 2 in the morning, and we also don't have staff. And there's a lot of work that staff's already focused on, and we don't necessarily have an advisory arm to really brief us on specific issues, programs, policies that we could push forward as a body. And so I want to, in the spirit of what Chairman Lufus just shared, actually request that this be under that pillar, we receive briefings from the commission that specifically recommend to the Vallejo City Council policies and programs that we should pursue to activate the Springs Road, Broadway, Sonoma Boulevard, and Kings Market corridors. And I don't think there should be any staff reports associated with that. Those could be memos that after they get discussed by that commission, get forwarded to us so we can review them and then accordingly have discussions as a body. So that's number one.
Can you repeat the corridor listings for the
Springs Road, Broadway, which is also
Springs Road? I got to write it down.
Yeah, Springs Road, Broadway, which also affectionately known as Little Mexico, Sonoma Boulevard, which is getting a huge repavement project from Caltrans, Kings Market, and even the downtown area, right? What are some things that we can do? I would want that commission to have those discussions and really succinctly propose recommendations that we should consider as a council. And I don't want to put any burden on staff. That can just be something that they put together and they send to us. So that's one. Two, you talked about in your plan, and this is just feedback for the commission, scoping out a world-class art event. We've got a culture and an arts commission. How do we, to Councilmember Matulik's point, have joint meetings so that you guys can not just scope that together, but also formulate some recommendations for this body that we can actively look at and consider. And then the other thing is there's an emphasis on safety that I saw throughout the plan and also on AI. It's just something for the commission and city staff to think about because I think AI kind of bumps up against city processes and city work. And so I could see some potential friction in that, and I would just really appreciate that you guys spend time with the commission ironing out what the commission's role is in that versus what the city staff's role is in that. And what I will say from a council perspective is if there's a policy that we can adopt or some program that we should consider to make our agency much more efficiently, we should be made aware of that. I don't want it to get bottled up in bureaucracy or management of the agency, which I think is under the purview of the city manager. But if there are policies or programs that they recommend, that should also fall under their advisement priority. So that's that. And then just to change the relationship that we have with the commissions, I also want to propose to the council that we get report outs every quarter because I want this plan to get implemented. They've spent a lot of time, and I don't want it. It doesn't have to be, presentations every quarter. It could be a report, but we should just get in the habit of just making that part of how we operate. If we have a commission that has developed a plan, we should be getting updates, whether that's a presentation or a memorandum that gets shared out to the council. So those would be the recommendations that I propose that we incorporate in approving this work plan, Vice Chair. And I, again, want to extend my gratitude to that entire team for their work and their partnership with staff. That's all I got.
Okay, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Arjeta. So I have a lot to say with regard to recruitment of businesses and activation. I'm not going to get into that. I'm also on the Green Empowerment Zone, and so a lot of our focus, and this is North Contra Costa County and South Solano County, that's focused on bringing in firms with regard to advanced manufacturing and clean energy manufacturing. So given that, I want to work in these things, I assume there's, all the council members do as well, and we have to also consider planning division and all the things that they have to be a part of, as well as current business owners. How do we reconcile that we have these multiple individuals and groups, and we're all mostly overlapping in our interests, and we want to do these things? This is an open-ended question. I don't really have an answer, but how do we make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction? I really don't want us to getting committee happy and making committees on subcommittees and upon other subcommittees, but what's one way so we can resolve this so we're all in the same place, having the same conversations, and making sure we're rowing in the same direction?
So through the Vice Mayor, I think that's really the role of the Economic Development Director when they're hired. I'm working on that now, collaborating between making sure staff is at the Green Empowerment Zone meetings, making sure that we're at the chamber and all of the different organizational meetings, connecting all of the opportunities with the EDC and other commissions as needed. So when we get that new director on board, they're really going to be that glue in my mind to ensure that we are not, going in two different directions, that we're all collaborating together rather than working in silos. It's really important. I think just over the past year, we've gotten better about that, informing each other, bringing updates. I think quarterly updates is another great way for the community to understand where we are, what we're doing, and say, hey, I have something to participate with on that. So if they don't know what's going on, then those opportunities to collaborate sometimes don't happen. So I really do think that that's going to be the director role to be that glue.
Okay, and until then, and maybe throughout after that point, would it ruffle any feathers if I email the entire commission saying, hey, these are things that I'm doing, and would you like it to,
Sure.
I'd love to hear your feedback. Is that
Yeah,
totally
that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I love to have that open dialogue,
Yes.
and, obviously I'm responsible for the waterfront and also downtown, so I know they have their own ideas, I have my own ideas, and I'm pretty sure we'll all mostly be in agreement, but I just want to make sure we're,
Yes,
we're
absolutely.
speaking the
Just
same
if you
language.
keep one of us in the loop, that'd be helpful too.
Absolutely,
so we all
CC
know.
and everything, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Second issue, you mentioned the specific plans, and I'm glad we're going to, reinvigorate that. But given that EDC has these work plan and we all have our own individual agendas, will this come in conflict with a pending specific plans? I mean, no, nothing at all. Okay. And lastly, I'd like to add something to this work plan, if it's okay. I don't know if I could get an informal nod from EDC, but I think when we're talking about recruitment of businesses and we're trying to bring businesses to certain areas where there are no businesses, I think we also have to have the discussion of what is the status of the vacant or underutilized spaces. So in downtown, anecdotally, I know there have been a number of businesses that would like to set up their business, but for one reason or another, when they look at one spot versus another, it's just been nearly impossible to get anything going. It's vacant, a lot of these places, but for some reason, they can't contact the property owner, or it's unavailable for some reason. And I think each place is very different, or each building is very different, and you have to treat them all differently. But I haven't seen a very thorough, granular analysis of what is going on with each building, with each storefront. And we can't treat them all as the same, otherwise it wouldn't go anywhere. So do you think this would be a good idea to put that in the workload? Is that something that they could do? And also to the rest of the council, do you think this is a good idea?
Yeah, I definitely think, obviously, our staffing is slim. We only have 4 out of 7 in the department, and the others are frozen. So I think that would be a great opportunity for Economic Development Commission to do some of that legwork and research and support staff, and we could support each other moving forward. We are also looking for some grant funding for that property, kind of long-range property management plan, where we make the recommendations on some of the city-owned properties that are prime. So that would be really, they would dovetail together very well, because we could be looking at, also Veronica and I also did do a drive downtown, looking at some of those buildings, some that have been burned, some that have not been rehabilitated for years. And so we're going to work with neighborhood law program on some of those and get those moving, because we don't have the ED staff to do it right now. So we're going to work with the city attorney's office on some of those items. So yes, I think all of these things working together would dovetail perfectly, and the support from the commission, if they're able to do so, would be welcomed.
Yeah, and I don't want to force this on anyone, but can anyone in the commission who's listening right now, can they respond and like to know how you feel about this being added?
Hi, thank you, council member. I think one thing I would just like, in response to the additions to this work plan, that I'd like to emphasize are council member Matias's points about having a recommendation process that we can provide in order to streamline that work to you. I think that that is going to be really essential, and one, giving breadth and depth to the work to address things like the waterfront, to some of the examples that you just provided. I think that's going to be part of the key parts of this in order for us to be able to expand the work plan to include those things. The process, from my standpoint, is key.
Sorry, Veronica, sorry, if we can ask that conversation in the back to stop, it's really distracting up here. Thank you. Continue.
Can I just make a quick point? So I don't really know, I mean, this is direction we can provide to the city attorney's office, but from my vantage point, whatever we approve this evening, and I mean, I know this is step one, whenever we approve the work plan, those items should be right away agendized on that commission's meeting agenda. They should have the relevant discussions. The chair should gather all the thoughts that come out of those discussions, and then we should receive a memo. I don't, that should be the process. I don't really think it should be something like super detailed and involved where we're asking staff to spend time reviewing things, because they're just submitting recommendations to us. They're not saying this is the law. You know, they're just saying we've had this discussion, this is what we think you guys should consider, and then it should be sent to us. So that would be what I would propose, but I don't know if you guys have any other alternatives. It should just be that.
So can you say that again? Like what is the process then if we wanted to add anything or whatever, amend anything? So who do we need to talk to? And go on, say it again.
I mean, well, welcome back, Veronica. So the commission has prepared a work plan. We're making additions to it, very specific additions. And so what I'm saying is these items, after the work plan gets approved, should start to show up in their meeting agendas, because this is the work plan that they're carrying out. At the conclusion of those discussions, you know, the request that we're making, then there should be some document that comes to the full council with specific policy and program recommendations. And it shouldn't be going through the 13-step agenda process. It should just be emailed to us so we can review it and, then decide what we do, in terms of the discussions we want to have.
So 2 points, I think, and I don't know if the Chair and Commissioner Garcia are still on the line, but when they were developing this plan, over the course of multiple meetings, when we sat down and talked about it in draft, and there was literally some iterations that happened from the dais, actually, they had an concept to phase their plan over multiple phases. And so it wasn't like they're taking a very methodical, that sounds slow, but I don't mean it to, a very step-by-step approach to their plan. And I think if what I hear you saying is they should start working on it right away, or however, whatever their pace. You're not asking staff to push their pace. You're asking them to run their pace. But that their items shouldn't require a request from the council to come back to you, because you've already asked them to bring those items back to you as part of this action tonight, and the council will vote on this action tonight. So you would expect, as they finish each recommendation, they would be brought forward as a matter of course. Did I get that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I don't want 19 steps for the documents to get to us, or 19 steps for it to get through their own agenda process, because I know that's a whole other enchilada.
And
Just want to,
yeah, that
as
one's bound in the
streamlined as
ordinance,
possible to make sure it gets to us.
Right. I do think that to the extent that staff works with them to bring forward, their vision for what they want to bring forward to you, and helps them to make sure that it's well understood by both them, and they vote on it, and then it comes forward to you and can be well understood by you. And then the question would be, after that, do they have a desire to present somewhat like they've done this evening, or in a somewhat more formal setting when they bring forward their recommendation?
So I feel like we might be talking about two different things. So when I was talking about my recommendation, my understanding from Commissioner Garcia was that she was looking forward to a process through which we make a recommendation to the EDC that they can incorporate into their work plan. But you're talking about a process from the EDC giving their recommendations to us.
So tonight, we're approving their work plan.
Right.
And you've made a request as a council member that we're going to have to vote on, right? So my expectation is whatever requests are coming out of this conversation get incorporated into their work plan. That then means that they have to have those conversations, formulate memorandums on each of the subjects, or a presentation, and have those make their way up to us. The point you're raising around, well, what if there's some other item that I want them to look at? I think Dawn and Veronica may be trying to hash that out right now. Like, what is the formal referral process? That's different from the work plan and the discussion we're having today. So you can incorporate your item into the work plan, and they'll work on it. But if there are other items, there's a separate process that they're trying to iron out and get back to us on what that is.
Okay, so I feel like we're doing too much back and forth. I apologize, but I guess my bottom line is, with my recommendation to do analysis on vacant or underutilized spaces or storefronts, I guess the bottom line is yes or no. Is that okay with the EDC? I mean, I know I could say let's just do it, but I just want to ask out of respect if that's okay with them.
So my understanding is, so I just got a note, Vallejo Main Street is doing inventory of all the downtown buildings right now. I don't know how detailed you want that analysis to be. So it could be, your request could be that they partner with Main Street to, submit an analysis to us on the downtown area and the utilization of spaces. But Vallejo Main Street is looking into that already.
Sure.
I mean, I got to know, but you can make a formal request and they can come back.
Yeah, I mean, the differentiation is that the Vallejo Main Street is not part of the city, where this commission is part of the city. So if you want it to be more formalized through the city, then it needs to be through this commission and not just rely on Vallejo Main Street.
Yeah.
And just so council's aware, nothing would prevent Vallejo Main Street from nothing would prevent Vallejo Main Street from asking to make a presentation before EDC as well. So the opportunity is there that they could make their presentation and then EDC could, react, expand, add to, et cetera. So that's a possibility that the commission could do. Looks like Commissioner Garcia has.
Really quick through the Vice Mayor, it's actually already in the detailed work plan, Councilmember Palmares, under number 3, business retention, existing businesses. Under key tasks, it says, develop a recommended framework for vacant space utilization and commercial revitalization. So it's actually in the detailed. We gave you kind of the overlevel, high-level review of the work plan, but number 3, under the key task specifics, it's in there.
I wasn't sure about that. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay. Well, then, if it's already in there, then I'm not going to add it.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, just for clarification, so for example, thank you for that question, because I wanted to add. So for example, the closing of Starbucks on Lincoln, I'd like to get an update on that, because I'm just now hearing it and people are acting like it's a World War IV. Seriously. Also, we are concerned about, since Walgreens has closed on Springs, business are suffering big time. And that is not, although that's not my district, that is in my colleague District 3's side, but it still affect that whole entire area on Springs Road. And then with CVS, and just for clarification, did that close on 80 Shopping Center? Because we got multiple calls that they have been there, and it has been closed throughout the day. But they also are concerned because the shopping center is not being highlighted or lifted. And so like people are not even aware of it. And they're also concerned that it's not a main bus line going through there. I thought there was, but if you can clarify for me, in your future reports, you don't have to do it now if you want to, but all those things are just something I would like to include in tonight, because that is really solid business. And if we're going to be fixing that road, we don't want it to be in vain, especially because it's off of the main highway. And I got Caltrans to chop down all those trees so people can see those businesses. So thank you to Caltrans. But yeah, so if you could please consider that, because we're worried that someone's making rumors that ARCO has bought out these shopping center on Lincoln Road West, and that is why Starbucks is leaving. So we're not sure, and I just want to get the facts.
Yeah, we can look into those for you. Obviously, they're private property owner transactions.
Absolutely.
Sometimes people tell us and sometimes they don't.
Right.
But I'm happy to have staff reach out on each of those, Starbucks, Walgreens, and CVS, and get back with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I see we have a hand up still from Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to address Councilmember Palmares. I think you asked a couple of times just some opinions, I think, from the commission about adding this variety of topics, including vacants, which you had proposed. And so I just wanted to reiterate my response personally, which is I think that we have 5 key areas that Secretary Ureta outlaid. I think we can incorporate these topics relatively easily into those 5 areas. I think what I am asking of the council in order to do that is to help us facilitate a process that Councilmember Matthias has laid out, which is that we are able to actually discuss and memorialize some of these things so that we can deliver them to you with regularity. I think that that is really at the core of the issue.
Thank you so much. All right, not seeing any more lights, I'm going to move that we adopt a resolution approving the Economic Development Commission, EDC 2025 work plan, and providing a notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget in the amount of $7,967 for the completion of the work plan items contained in the previous EDC work plan, step 1 of 2, and to include quarterly updates as requested by Councilmember Matias, either in presentation or memo format, that includes briefings from the commission on policies and procedures needed to activate Springs Road, Broadway, Sonoma Boulevard, Kings Market, and downtown corridors, and, oh my gosh, I can't read my meat. And a combined meeting with the Arts and Culture Commission to be held to make those two groups meet together.
And Tennessee. And Tennessee Street.
Oh, Tennessee is one of the corridors.
Yeah. That's it.
And Lincoln Road West.
And what?
And Lincoln Road West.
And Lincoln Road West.
Yes.
Glen Cove already has the best roads. You already got your roads. Okay. If we can have a roll call, please, from the clerk.
Councilmember Matias.
We're calling for the vote, Councilmember Matias. Your vote on, she called for your vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Matulik.
Aye.
Palmeros.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Lettitude. Yes. Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Soares absent.
Okay, we are at a bit of a crossroads. It's already 10 p.m. I know that it's been requested that we have a break. I would like to make a motion that we just approve the continued state of the local emergency for another 60 days. Do we need to hear the presentation, or can we just take a vote? So if we can, let's open the item for 2 minutes. And does any council member want to make a comment before we vote on extending the emergency proclamation?
So I'm going to propose an alternative motion. Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry. So I'm more than happy to extend it, but my alternative motion is that I would like the chief of police or somebody on his command staff to present a adult and senior volunteer and community on patrol program to the city council in 60 days.
What?
So I'm sorry. It's late, folks. Cut me some slack. So I want to extend the local emergency for the 60 days, right? But what I also want is the conclusion of the 60 days is a proposal from the chief that gets an adult and senior volunteer and community on patrol program.
Do you know what he's speaking about?
Senior volunteer program?
Is that
Yeah, we
possible?
could do that, yeah.
60,
So,
okay.
just to clarify, so when we come back for the next state of staffing, we'll do that presentation proposal as well, that
Yes.
same day.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Do we have any members of the public so far that want to speak?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No members of the public have signed up for this item as of yet.
Okay, we're going to drag our feet for 26 seconds. We already did.
Mayor, can I clarify, did you make the main motion? There was an alternative motion?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
So we'll vote on the alternate motion first. Okay, so we will vote on the alternate motion, which is to extend it for 60 days, plus have the update for the senior and adult volunteer patrol program in the 60 days.
I get that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is like that has been brought up time and time again as a possible solution, and a lot of people in our community want to get involved. So like, why is that program not rolling and going? Like I'll give you the 60 days.
That presentation will come back in 60
Yeah.
days. Yes.
Yes.
So if we can have a vote for the alternate motion, please.
Yes, Councilmember Palmeros.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Lettitude. Matias.
Yes.
And then Matulik.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously with mayor absent.
Okay, so do we want to take, does the council want to take a 10-minute recess, or are we okay to keep going? Okay, we will take recess for hard stop at 10 minutes. So we will reconvene at 10:15 and 38 seconds. Can we call back to order, please? No, but I believe Councilmember Matulik hopefully is back. I'd like to poll the council to see if we can streamline this next item as well and see if we can open up for public comment. Is everybody comfortable with doing that since we've already approved the funding previously and gave direction? Is everybody comfortable with that, or do we want to hear the presentation? Everybody's okay? Okay, can we go ahead and open up for public comment? I do want to state for the record that even though we are taking action on this tonight to approve funding, because there is some equipment that's being purchased, a small portion of the equipment of the 500,000, we have direction that this is going back to the Surveillance Advisory Board so that they can make comment and they can review this and to come back before we make any additional purchases. So for the interest of the public, we've allocated $500,000 in funding that will go towards security towers. We are going to purchase or at least 2 of those up front. And that's part of the action tonight because we need those for a very specific purpose in the city. And then it will go to Surveillance Advisory Board and then come back to us before the rest of the $500,000 is allocated as part of the contract process. And everyone in the council is clear on that action happening. Yes.
I'm clear.
Question. I guess I'll raise it as a question. Not trying to bypass Surveillance Advisory Board, but to the extent that you want to act quickly on the remainder of the cameras, do you want to authorize, tonight's action includes authorizing the city manager to actually enter into that contract for up to the $500,000. Staff could commit to if there are issues on Thursdays when Surveillance Advisory is hearing
It's
it?
this week. It's Thursday.
Yeah.
It's Thursday.
So rather than holding it up for another 2 weeks to bring it back to you, if there isn't an issue, just go forward, but if there is, come back?
I would agree with that. So, if there's no findings from the Surveillance Advisory Board, then we can commit to going forward with all of the purchases. If they have findings, then it needs to come back to council for a full discussion.
Okay.
And do we have any members of the public that are wanting to speak on this item?
Not at this time.
Okay. Then I will move that we adopt, a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget to appropriate $1,150,000 for public safety measures to reduce violence, step 2 of 2, and 2, a resolution approving an agreement with Live View Technologies, Inc. to lease or purchase mobile security camera systems in an amount not to exceed $500,000, finding that such purchase or lease is A, in the best interest of the city pursuant to the Vallejo Municipal Code Section 3.20.090A12, and B, constitute an emergency exemption pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code Section 2.27.030E. And we will ask the council or the clerk to make to do the roll call, but I do want to add that we are giving permission for the city manager to act on this unless we hear from the Surveillance Advisory Board any of their findings post this Thursday's meeting.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes.
Ledeju. Matias.
Yes.
Matulik.
Yes.
And Palmaris.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Source absent.
That brings us to our final action item F. Clerk, could you call this item?
This item is discussion and direction on City Council referrals and current 2-step process for agendizing items.
And do we have a presentation on this item?
Would council like the full enchilada presentation, to borrow Councilmember Matias's words? There is a presentation. I'm happy to go through it. Yes.
Let's just hear the recommendation, please.
Okay. So, Manny, if you could go to Slide 3. That'll be helpful. No, go back, go back. Go back one more. There we go. Okay, just real quick as background information, we are discussing and asking for council direction this evening for referral requests that were made from January 1 of this year to July 8th of 2025. During that time frame, council made 23 referral requests, and staff believes that 7 of those 23 are complete, as shown on this slide. Next slide, Manny. 5 of those staff believes are in various stages of work by staff towards completion, with some of these coming forward to council, if not before your summer break in August, definitely when you return from that break. 2 are awaiting to be agendized by direction from City Council, the marina condition issue, and then an update on the current state of permitting process with planning and development services and ways to improve that to be more accessible. Next slide. This is really the heart of your discussion and direction to staff tonight are the 12 referrals that are pending council direction on whether or not staff should scope. And they're listed here. Councilmember Matias had added 4 more at your last meeting, so I captured those on this slide this evening. So that is what staff is asking council to give staff direction on, those 12. The other part of this discussion this evening, council wishes your current 2-step process. You may want to discuss keeping that process, or you may wish to make some changes to the process. Now, I would like to point out that Vallejo Municipal Code Section 2.02.230 does allow for items of business to be included on the agenda at the request of the mayor, any individual council member, the city manager, or city attorney, which leads to the current administrative process, which is the 2-step process. That process was actually enacted in 2011 by a prior interim city manager, and in doing some research, my understanding the process was enacted was for a couple of reasons. One, the city was going through bankruptcy, and there was a long list of items that had to be done during that bankruptcy that was competing with some council requests. So it was just a way to make the request more uniform so that things were seamless in keeping with what the list on the bankruptcy items were, and also in keeping with the council's goals and objectives and work plan. So council can, next slide, Manny. Okay, next slide. So options for council consideration. You can keep the current 2-step process. One additional item you can consider is you consider adding a subheading to your meeting agendas immediately prior to the report of the presiding officer, because that's usually where you're making your initial request. We could entitle it something like request an action for future agenda items or special projects. And during that subheading on the agenda, council can make a motion to bring an item, have it be scheduled for discussion at a future meeting. So you could take action at that meeting, which would direct staff, if passed by a majority of the council, to bring that back at a future meeting with the scoping work. So you're kind of admitting this, at least one step in the current 2-step process. Next slide, Manny. In order for the request to move forward, it's helpful if it's specific as to the type. So it could be an informational topic to council in a memorandum. We've heard some of that this evening. The direction can be staff scheduled presentation to council by an outside party at a future meeting. For example, you want Caltrans to come in and give you an update on a project. Staff schedule an agenda item in a future meeting to receive direction from council on an issue. It could be city legislation or policy, or it could be a special project that would require substantial staff time and resources. And there are several other options. I would say from a staffing perspective and trying to follow up and manage the current process, it's a little difficult. My recommendation for you to consider would be to have, as you make your initial request, that you would fill out a simple form that staff could use and assign it a number. And it would just state what you're asking staff to do, maybe give us a little information so that if it does carry by a majority of the council at that first initial ask, when we come back to you, we're giving you what you have asked us to in terms of the scoping work. So this is really what staff is asking your direction for on this evening. It's certainly up to council's pleasure whether you wish to change the current two-step process, if you want to think about it. But these are just some options that we wanted to bring forward to you this evening.
Thank you so much. I will just say, and I don't want to. I'll just kind of kick off the conversation. But I think, having been on the council previously, the two-step process it seemed to be very effective when we previously, when you brought up an item, it was very clear that this was, I'm just thinking outside the box, and this is my idea that I want to have the council consider. And then it was a chance then it came back the first step where the item wasn't really vetted out by the staff. There wasn't a staffing report. It was really hearing more about what your idea is so that we have time to think about it and then take a majority vote and then determine whether we're going to let the staff invest time in it. I think currently we've been kind of circumventing that, and it's been requesting something and then requiring the staff to put time into it before we all have a chance to really think about, is this something we want to spend staff time doing? And so that's just kind of my input to just kind of get us kicked off. I do like the idea of filling out a form. If you have an idea that you want to put forward, there should certainly be a form that we could fill out and pass those in, or have that kind of come up as like an idea. I do like that idea. I do think that there should be some discussion, and we should have some majority vote before we ever decide to have the staff take the time to work on it, because the staff time is so precious. But I'll turn it over to let others speak. I'll start with Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so very much. I do appreciate the history, and I do agree that it is important, because I don't appreciate things I've seen in the past, not this council, but previously, where things pop up and no one knows how it got there. So I appreciate the step. However, it is very lengthy, especially when it's like a time-consuming, or it can get lost in all our other agendas and it gets pushed aside, and that is can be challenging. I do like the second option. Can you go back to that screen, please, Manny? I believe it's the very first recommendation, where right here. Oh no, you go ahead. Where it says under request actions for future agenda items and special project, we can discuss it there and say, hey, we're interested in this, and if the majority says so, then they can move forward, and they will have time to do research, and then when it comes back, we just make a vote on it and keep it moving. That's my recommend. That's what I would propose.
So your two-step process would be, you would recommend something under this new request action item at tonight's council meeting. If it's on the agenda, then we would all vote on it at that point whether we wanted to continue or not, and then it would come back for the presentation as the second step.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
I still do appreciate this two-step, and really should be called a three-step, maybe even four-step process. Because I think City Manager Murray kind of broke it down a little bit further, and there was like a step 0, which is like, okay, that's pretty much a first step, right? So I do appreciate, to the Vice Mayor's point, I do appreciate that process, because we don't want to overload staff with, just, I don't want to say frivolous referrals, but, we don't want to get too referral happy. But at the same token, I think whatever we do, I think what we do need to include is a periodic examination of the referrals and say, okay, how do we want to shuffle these? Because what may be important in January, by March, I may change my mind. We may all change our minds. Like, hey, there's another priority that's hot, and let's move that up to number 1. Where I'm a little disappointed, I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, is that, for me, I'm really pushing for this prostitution ordinance and the Red Light Abatement Act ordinance, And that's something I've been pushing since the beginning of the year. I think maybe even late last year. But that all got put into the hopper for, well, we're going to talk about this during goal setting. And that turned out to be a lot longer wait time than I anticipated. And then we're here now, and unfortunately we're talking about it now. But I think my point is that we should have periodic examination of these and say, like, hey, do we still want to maintain this? Do we want to bump anything up, or do we want to take anything out? Just spitballing, but maybe once every quarter we just look at this and say, hey, do we still want to maintain the order of these things?
Councilmember Matulak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think kind of running off the same sentiments and conversation or points that have been taken or been made at this point, I think we need to be very cognizant of what staff's time and what they're working on. And I think this speaks to some of the conversations we've already had about what is staff actually working on now? What is the schedule of getting these already asked items? When is that going to be done? Because when we put in referrals, we have to understand if we're asking staff to work on something, then something else has to come off their plate for them to address it, depending on what that time frame is. So I want to make sure this process takes into account what are basically in prioritizing what we as putting in for referrals, what that may mean. And some may take precedent over others, whether it's a public safety issue versus something that, like Councilmember Palmera said, he's that prostitution ordinance that he's been having on there. We've actually had that conversation since we've been on council 2 years ago. So it's that type of understanding from a staff perspective. What are they working on to where we need to have that understanding of what is that time frame? Because what we're realizing is, and what we always continually hear is, we're understaffed. So why are we giving more work to staff that they can't even complete the work they're working on? So I just want us to be cognizant of how we're going about this process.
Thank you. Councilmember Matias.
Before I make a general comment about this, I do need clarification from the city attorney and the city clerk. So the agenda for this meeting included an item on the creation of a budget and finance subcommittee. It was then removed. And so I want to better understand kind of like, again, I had a whole blow up a few months ago. I had a whole blow up a few months ago about items kind of popping on the agenda without it following our traditional process. And so why is that item not included in the referral list? Because the action we took on the creation of that subcommittee, which by the way, I agree with, I think we should have that. We spent a lot of time on the budget and we still had a million questions at the last meeting. But can you guys shed light on how that would make its way to the agenda and bypass all of the referrals we've made and then it not be included in the referrals list that we have here? I don't
think the city manager, I think probably we need the city manager for that.
I was going to, I mean, I'll speak up before Dawn, but I can shed absolutely no light on it. I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, I just want to keep hammering away, and this is all connected. We need to stay focused. If there's a list that this council agrees on that we would like staff to prioritize, it has to be that list. It can't be kind of stuff flying out of left field that we're not really aware of, or that it's not following the process that we've all agreed to, because if we're not focused, then we're not going to make progress on the things that we've identified we all need to be making progress on, which gets me to my general comment around public safety, for example. So I agree with the city clerk. If you're bringing up an item, there should be some form that you complete that says, you've done some level of research, get shared out with your colleagues. But at the same time, I do feel like those items have to be directly tied to what we're focused on accomplishing as a council for the year. So I don't want to, if we've said public safety is the number one thing, then I don't want to bring up an item that's not directly geared towards public safety, and then that gets staff and the rest of council off the ball on what our number one priority is. And I think that we've fallen into that trap too much in the city where like we'll say economic development is our number one goal, but then like things just pop up and then we don't make any real headway on the one thing that the council has spent time through goal setting, saying we want to really make progress on this one item. So I do think that there needs to be a check, an internal check in the process where like if a council member brings something up, does this align with what the entire council agreed on is the priority or the two priorities or the three priorities for the year? Okay, great. Has there been a form completed? Great. And then, you know, sure, there needs to be a majority vote to move that forward. Because I feel like that mistake has been made way too much. And then we're all, well, why haven't we gotten to these items? Well, if we told staff to focus on this other thing that wasn't really focused on the number one or the two priorities we had all aligned around at a goal setting, then of course we're not going to make progress on those items because they went and worked on something else. So I do feel like we need to just make sure that there's clarity in process, it's aligned to our priorities for the year, and that there is some level of research we're each doing on the request that we're making.
Okay, Councilmember Ledesju, please. Ledesju, sorry, I keep mispronouncing your name, I'm so sorry.
Me too. So I'm just going to point this out. This list isn't complete, and that's disturbing when we talk about a two-step process. I don't know where the real list is, and we need to find that real list and list out all the different things that have been asked. I can guarantee you, I can give you a couple that aren't on here. And I don't know who made that decision, but the bottom line is we are a joint council, and whatever anyone requests, it should be on here as part of, quote unquote, the two-step process. And I don't believe that we have genuinely followed the two-step process. And I'm very frustrated by that. And if we're going to have a two-step process, that means the city manager, that means the mayor, the vice mayor, and Don, who set the agenda, you all have a responsibility to this council to ensure that we truly follow that. And if we can't follow that, then I don't want a two-step process, because it is inappropriate and it does not build trust on the council. I just want to be really clear about this. It's unacceptable, and it is misguided, and it is disingenuous. Just going to say it just like that. So if we can't be honest as a team, then I will not agree to the two-step process. Additionally, what is important to me is, it is true that, yes, we have limited staff and so forth and on. It's no different than anywhere else that we work. That's the truth of the matter. But we have refused to have a tracking methodology of all the requests made by this council that is transparent, that holds us all accountable so we can all see. When did Tanya make that request? Who made this request? Date? And when does it come back to the council again? Is it in step 1? Is it step 2? We have absolutely refused to do that. That is unacceptable, and it is, again, disingenuous, and I don't appreciate it. So, again, I'm saying all of these things to say, I'm in favor of having an orderly way to do our business, but I am not in favor for how we have been behaving around setting the agenda. I want to put it on the record. It is very disingenuous, and it's very unfair. Again, there are several things on here that are missing. In addition, there are several things here that says, oh, we're in the middle of this. I will tell you with the Pomo Indian tribe, we did not get an update. We were requested to authorize a letter to go out. That is not an update. And I did make that mention to the city manager. I expect that we are all honest about how we're doing our work so that we can get things done and really make true decisions about what's priority. And we also need to remember that something might be a priority and we have a system to do our work, but we also have to be agile because things happen in our community and we might need to shift to get something done in an emergency. So we do have to be agile and flexible in those cases. But outside of that, we really should be able to follow the structure. We are all professionals and we are accountable to one another in this system. And we have not done a good job with our agendas. I just am being very frank and honest. So what I need, if we want to follow the two-step process and you want my yes vote, is I don't care if it's on SharePoint, if you create a share file, an Excel file, a Microsoft project, Gantt chart. I want a way that every time we have requested an item to be considered for the two-step process, that it is put on that list, who has requested, and the date, and what is the disposition. Are we at step 1? Are we at step 2? Whatever it is. We should be able to access that. We all have access to the city system. Why can't I have that? Why can't we have that as a council to know where all of our requests are? It is ridiculous that we can't have that level of transparency into this process. And it's not a secret, it is public information. Anyone can see it because we're saying it on the dais. And I should not have to go back and look at past council meetings to remember, oh, when was this requested? And why has it taken 6 months for it to come or it to never come? So that is really important to me. We need to start tracking things because that is part of transparency and accountability. And that is something that we have committed to, that we would be transparent and we would be accountable. But we can't even be accountable and transparent to each other in the work that we've done. So again, I'm for the two-step process because I realize it helps create a system to get work done. I am agreeable to filling out a form if I need to, those kinds of things. But I want a tracking methodology, and I'm asking you as my colleagues that we would have a way that we are asking the city manager's office to put together a tracking tool that we all can review at any given time and know where the disposition is of the work that we're asking for. Additionally, when we talk about the two-step process and we're setting the agenda, I also want to understand, I would like for every department in this city should have some kind of SharePoint, Gantt chart, something that shows the projects that they're working on and where they are. So that when we're asking questions, some of these questions, I don't even need to pick up the phone and say, city manager, where's this? Where are you in that process? We should be able to have a tracking tool that gives us a large view as council members. Where are we in moving a project forward, even once it gets out of the hopper? It would save you so much time as city staff not to answer my million questions on work that we're looking at and trying to figure out where we are. So those are my requests if you want my yes vote on a two-step process.
Thank you, and I know that I have requested many times in the past. I know Councilmember Palmares and others have requested that a tracking mechanism, and I don't see why we couldn't have it as part of our city's website of council requests for discussion, open to the public, because like you said, it is mentioned. I mean, we talk about it here, it should be open to everybody to see. We could do second rounds. I think the first is Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate what my colleagues have said, so they have eliminated a lot of what I was going to say. But I do appreciate the fact that I remember making a request for information regarding the SHIP Act from both sides to bring to us, the city of Vallejo, to this council meeting. These are just some examples of things I've been paying attention, and I do understand you have so much on your plate, but because I didn't see it on the list, it brought up a concern. And then I also asked if we could recommend less than 15 minutes to recognize each department. I mean, we talk about morales. We need to think about that as well. So that was something I asked back in. Twice, I believe I asked that. So just those small examples. And I know that we talk about so much and we go into late into night, so I understand that we're human. But I do appreciate what my colleague mentioned of keeping a track, because then our constituent sees it as well, right? And then they don't have to blow up my email and my phone asking for the very same thing that someone here already asked for. And one of them for sure is the prostitution the situation over there. So now is bleeding into my district again. So I appreciate that. And then one more important thing I was going to add to this is, can I just hyphen the fact that I will have to repeat this. If we are going to do this, please don't overload our agenda. And as we are asked to do the two-step, everybody, as my colleague pointed out, should honor that. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is to the city clerk. So I'm just looking at these recommendations for the referral process. The way I'm reading it is that none of these are exclusive to each other. These are all just your recommendations to revamp the entire process and make it better.
It was just in looking at what other cities do. This is just one example of what another city does. It's actually the city I reside in that does that. The current two-step process is a process that other cities follow too. So if you would like me to do some more research to see what else is out there, if you're considering changing, I'm happy to do that.
I understand. No, I mean, I like all these. I just want to be clear that this is not like option one, option two. No, these are just, reading all these, I like them all. They all make sense. And I also just like to uplift what everyone else has said before. Totally get it, and I totally agree. One recommendation I do have, just so we're more efficient and not wasting any time, but I think during that first step, when a council member or the mayor makes a referral, that will be the opportunity for the council members to chime in. And for that council member who's making that referral, they're going to say, I want to prioritize this. And by prioritize, I mean like, stop everything you're doing right now. This needs to be at the next meeting or the next meeting versus sometime this year or sometime in my own term. I think those are like the general groups that I'm thinking about, because I'm looking at this list and I remember, some of our other council members and their recommendations. I think by and large, I respected and I agree with all those recommendations or referrals. But I think we need to distinguish what is a priority right now. And I don't think that should wait until, we examine that a quarter later and think, oh yeah, actually, there's a public safety emergency, maybe we should bring this up now. I think at that moment, if we could identify as a council that this is a hot item and needs to be happening in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I think that should be an opportunity when we make that referral that we all nod and say, yep, let's do that. Is that something we could do?
I didn't hear what Councilmember Gordon said, but it's okay.
Not a nod, but a vote.
Actually, that was what I was about to say, so I didn't hear you, but I think one of the challenges that staff has is twofold, and it's kind of an ongoing potential issue. If you don't make a motion and make a vote, then what happens is one of two things. Either we're not really sure what the direction is because we've had these sort of nonverbal communications from the dais. And the second problem that happens is if we don't have an actual motion, somebody, usually Dawn, is having to watch the meeting over again to figure out what it was, sometimes 2 or 3 times. And speaking of things that aren't efficient, that's one of those things that's not efficient, to go back and listen to it multiple times to try to cull together, well, what is the motion? So I think I agree with Councilmember Gordon that it's important that you actually make motions and vote on them so that staff is clear on the direction, whatever that direction is. I also think that when you are reprioritizing something in the moment, that for us, we might be halfway through that thing that was the previous priority number one. And if new priority number one slips in, there is a loss of momentum, right? If I'm working on an ordinance and I've got that thing half done, and suddenly a new priority comes up and you say, no, this is the new priority. I don't know how we communicate back and forth on the the construct of, okay, well, that's already half done. If we stop at that momentum, like, it might take 2 months longer, where we switch over to this, do that, and then come back and have to figure out where we were when we were working on that item. I'm sorry. Thank you.
May I respond to that? So, totally understand. But this is a group project. I hate to put it that way, but so let's have a conversation then. So if I say, like, hey, I want to refer to this, I think it's a priority, but you say, hey, we got this other thing on the back burner, we're almost done with that. Can we get this done first? And then we all said, okay, yeah, let's do that. I mean, that's all it takes. It's really just a conversation, and we can figure it out from there. But it doesn't have to be a whole deliberate process. I mean, it requires a lot of trust. So let me put it in this. Yeah.
Or communication.
It requires a lot of trust, and I think for this council right now, I'm not going to say this is always going to be the case, but I think this council right now, I trust everyone here that we could have an honest conversation, and we could respect each other's opinions, and we could figure out what we want to do going forward, and we will respect whatever workload you have, and we could just have a respectful conversation about that.
And I was only speaking for myself because it was easier for me to, I don't want to speak for other staff. I was just trying to say these are the things that we have to think about as we try to shift priorities.
Yep, thank you.
I think Chief Ta had raised his hand.
Yeah, I have more of a comment, but what I hear is that we need more organization, which I agree. And I think we need those priorities kind of calibrated, because what oftentimes happens with different departments are that it switches in multiple hands. So something that is for the benefit of the police department then has to go through human resource for meet and confer, then it has to go through a contract for other reasons, then we have to go through public works for work done on certain things. So one project that is a priority for the council and the city and the community will have multiple different department heads that are all dependent on each other. Now, we as a city, if we have that organization and that set of priorities, and it's organized in a way where all the department heads know that this is the top priority for everybody, then they can prioritize those appropriately. Because what happens sometimes, I think, is that, to the city attorney's point, is they're working on other things that were a priority for them, but they don't understand how it fits into the grand scheme of the overall priorities of the city, and either putting that forward or putting the other item back, and having a list to have an organizational process that you recalibrate however often that is, but that everybody understands, hey, this is the number one priority. And if it requires 4 or 5 different departments, they need to make that their top priority. Otherwise, it stalls out. I can work super fast on something, and then I'm reliant on somebody else that perhaps can't accomplish theirs in as quick of a manner, or vice versa. So I do think that some of your suggestions would be very helpful, at least for me as a department head.
Makes a lot of sense. We have Councilmember Matias next.
I think I just want to quickly respond to what Councilmember Palmada said just now. The thing I'm struggling with your proposal on is we're a policy-making body, right? So let's just say I say we should prioritize this one ordinance today. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter whether or not I rush it it's still going to take a long time to actually be implemented on the ground. So I think as a policy-making body, we have to make sure we're focused, again, on like, what are the priorities for the year? And then we think through, what does success look like at the end of this year, since we're prioritizing this one area, right? To bring something up and say this should be prioritized, and then we should deprioritize these other areas, when we're a policy-making body, like, I don't necessarily know if that's gonna have much of an impact. I mean, if it's if it's a program, right, like, we need to put together a cleanup. Like, that to me sounds something more that you can ask folks, like, drop everything, let's see if you can put something together in like 2 or 3 weeks, and let's implement it. But when you're talking about ordinances and policies, that to me is something that's more long-term in nature and requires community engagement. It requires some thoughtfulness on the part of department heads to really think about, how do we make sure that this is done right? So again, that's not to say that we shouldn't have a process where there's some items that we prioritize as urgent, but I do think we also have to be honest with, like, what does this really mean? And when can people on the ground expect to see a difference around this one area that I'm trying to push for? Because we can pass an ordinance, but if, for example, on the prostitution front, if we pass that tomorrow and he doesn't have the officers, or we haven't thought through how is this going to be thoughtfully implemented, we could be, looking at a year, 2 years, 3 years from now, to see real value and results coming from an ordinance like that. So I think there should be, so that's all a long-winded way of saying there should be a way by which we elevate urgent items. But I also think that, to your point, there needs to be a conversation with staff and with the community around, what does this mean that we prioritize this, and then when are people actually seeing the results of our labor, of like actually having that conversation and putting that work forward and deprioritizing others. So that's one comment just for you guys to think about. And then in terms of just proposals, I would say I actually like the option of like consideration and action on a future agenda item that you proposed, because and with that, you've got to fill out the form, and that form needs to be shared out with the council so folks understand what you're trying to drive. I think that could be an efficient process for this body, and I would be in favor of that, in addition to all the other things that Councilmember Lettigiou elevated that we need to have from a management, because that's a management issue, which he's elevating, from a management and an organizational standpoint. So I would be in favor of that option, and then I'd like to move forward to prioritize some of the referrals and call it a night.
Yeah, do we want to go to public comments?
Yeah, I think we also have an
I guess
informational
one more.
item.
Yeah, one
still.
more. I
Yes.
know that Councilmember Gordon's been waiting.
Just 1 second. I also want to make sure that we remember that anything that we do is going to take some time, right? So just let us also be mindful that if we make a recommendation to staff and they are keeping us, okay, well, it's in a process of investigating, it's in a process of looking for funding or policies, or is it under the MC code? If it's not, we can revisit it. We need to be mindful that whatever we're asking for, it can take some time, and that way we still can ask. It just be mindful it may not happen right away, right? So anything we do, just keep that in mind, because that's how I see it. I'm asking these things, but I'm being mindful that depend on staff, funding, MC code, whatever, it will come into fruition. I just put on my calendar as a reminder, hey, staff, remember I asked A, B, C, D, and they'll let me know where they're at with that, if that makes sense. But I do want to ask a clarification. So if we did do the card suggestion, do we do that, you know, from the computer side, or we have to do that here? And how does that work? Because my dyslexic self, I'll mess everybody up. Just trying to make a little funny joke. But anyways, how does that work? How would that work?
I guess I would envision that either you would think ahead of time, and if you have an agenda item that you want to
Okay.
have discussed for the meeting, you would fill out the form and have it ready to go. Sometimes we may be on the fly, and there may be something that comes up in the meeting, and we want to add something to the agenda. Then that, as if the council votes that night to go ahead and move it forward, then the expectation is that council member would submit the form, well, hopefully the next day, so that we can kind of ferret out the
Okay.
details.
And as long as we don't send it to all of us, we send it to to Dawn then, and then she will send
Yeah,
it to you
to
all.
everybody, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just want to clarify.
Okay, so let's go to public. We'll go to public comment first, hear them, and then we'll come back for another round. And I'm hoping, I don't know if I know the mayor had a lot of comments on this. I'm hoping that she maybe is in the public forum somewhere, and if she wants to speak up, she could speak in the public comments. She can't give her opinion as a citizen?
Not as a direction as part of the council, no.
Sure.
So
but
I
she
think
could speak as a citizen, maybe, no?
generally the answer to that is no, but I don't know if she's still on or not. But
Well, if she's on, I would let her publicly speak, but
okay.
we'll turn it over to
That's up
public
to you,
comments.
obviously. I think in terms of moving forward with this item, the other thing that you had mentioned, and sorry that I let it drop when I was speaking before, was the concept of, somebody said coming back quarterly, I think it was Councilmember Palmeros, to look at the list, like on a quarterly basis, review the list. And then maybe that's not necessary if there's the online version, I don't know.
Sure.
Just
Okay.
something for you to think about.
Public comments, please.
Thank you. In person, we have one speaker, Mr. Daniel Boone. As he's coming down, we have one speaker online, and that is Ann C., shortly following Mr. Boone.
Good evening. I had planned comments on this, but your comments are much more interesting, so I'd like to just tag on to those and say, all that you have all talked about here tonight, imagine how incomprehensible it is to the public to try to understand what the process is when you have all admitted, and I don't say this pejoratively, but you've all admitted tonight you're really not fully solid on how this process works. Sometimes it's two-step. Sometimes things land on the agenda practically without any advance notice. And you all are privy to a lot more information than the public is. So this is what we see once every 2 weeks. The public sees you doing the public's business, but we have no idea what that process really is, because it isn't well defined. So I guess the first thing I want to encourage you to do is continue to have conversations so that the process is clear and well defined. One of the prepared suggestions I was going to make is do more research, and the city clerk may have the greatest insight on this, or connections to reach out and get more information about what do other cities do to keep their process clear for the public. And then, as Councilmember Littijou said, it needs to be clear so that it doesn't seem like the two-step process is sometimes being applied selectively, and other times things land on the agenda seemingly without prior notice. And I don't know how you deal with the type of thing that we heard about tonight, which apparently passed through two councils before it landed on you, the thing about the $2 million. I mean, there's going to be some outliers like that are not going to fit in the neat boxes that you create. But for a start, the boxes have to be neater and better defined and applied in a way that is clear so that when we're watching you every 2 weeks, it's clear to us what's going on and why the council has this particular item in front of it tonight to talk about and decide on. Thanks.
Okay. Next speaker, Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello, everyone, and I'm really glad the council is talking through this whole thing. I will tell you that from back when Dan Keene was city manager and really trying to get his arms around the bankruptcy and just too many requests and not enough budget, etc., I recall him being very fierce about the two-step process and also that new requests really needed to track to the agreed upon goals for the city. And that's something that I would like to see out of this council and have not seen for a while, which is, you guys have these goal setting sessions. You come out of it with whatever your let's say top 3 to 5 goals. In my mind, new requests ought to dovetail back to those goals. And if they don't, then there needs to be a really good reason why it's coming up. So I would really like to see an emphasis of those top priorities. And that also goes for ongoing business where things will get decided. And I'll think, well, for example, public safety and economic development have been top goals for a while now. And there have been plenty of decisions that don't support either one, in fact, are contrary to them. So I would like to see a focus on those top priorities. And then to echo some of the comments made by Councilmember Matias and Brigenzer, I have been baffled to see things show up on the agenda or show up in the work plans where there was never any public discussion about it. And maybe it was a hot topic for one council person or another, and there was some sort of end run, and it was like, well, no, that particular effort should have a public discussion. Come on, what is this? And then the final thing I will say is that I think the two-step process can be cumbersome, but it has also prevented some major bloopers. And the one that comes to mind is several councils ago when Mayor Davis decided that he wanted to be appointed as a strong mayor and tried to do an end run and at the last minute say, oh, well, we have to vote on putting this on the ballot for a city referendum. And it had not gone through a two-step process. And that was the way the council prevented him from doing that end run of something that really hadn't been agreed upon at all. So beware, too, of not taking the steps that allow council and the public to discuss things. Thank you very much.
And that wraps up our public comments for this item.
Okay. Before we go on to additional discussion, I just kind of want to outline, I think what I've been hearing is we all want a form. It sounds like we want a form. Kind of the new two-step process would be adding the line to the agenda that we would bring up items, and you either have the form hopefully prepared ahead of time, or you would submit it shortly after the meeting if it's something that comes up during the meeting that you think is really important. And then the second step would be it would come back after it's voted on. I'm sorry, the first step would be that the council would, you'd hear it, the council would vote on it, we'd vote on priority and timeline. And then the second step would be it would come back after the staff had time to work on it and bring it back. We also would require some type of way of having the list of the ongoing items presented in a way that's electronically available to everyone, including citizens, to be able to see what the priorities are, what the list of the items are that are still waiting to be heard. And then I think that process would fetter out all of the issues that we've brought up. Because I mean, I agree with the priorities and that things should only fall within the certain priorities of the goal setting. However, there's certain things that I think that, you understand that it will take a long time for an ordinance to come forward, but it doesn't mean that it's less of a priority. It just means that we know it's going to take longer, but that if we keep only focusing on the three things that are public safety, then those other ordinances will never happen. And I have sat through, and I know Councilmember Palmares and Councilmember Matulik have sat through 3 years now of sometimes things never coming back to the council, and I don't think that's fair either. So I think if we can have our eyes on the ball of the list of all the items that are brought forward, and that it's up to date, and it has the status of where we stand on each of those, that also allows us then to review that before we have our one-on-ones with the city, and we can ask specific questions and bring those forward and kind of work on that. So I'll stop with those comments. I guess we'll open up for one more round if people have comment, and then we'll just kind of make a motion. And I think the next one is Councilmember Ledesju.
So I think another thing about making a motion is to the point that our acting city manager, Chief Ta, made, and that is, what are the dependencies? And so again, when you think about that request and it's sitting on some kind of document for tracking, is what are the dependency? What are the department dependency? The police department, DPW, whatever else it is. And how is everyone being held accountable based on the timeline once it's come back, that by this certain time we've said, oh yeah, we've brought it, we're voting on it. Then it is, what are the timelines? That's why the Gantt chart is really important, a Microsoft Gantt chart. So I can see, we said in 120 days, we're gonna be here, here, and here. And we really, not only as a council, but as a staff and as the citizens, we can see these critical items that we are requesting. We can see them moving, and we have the inner conversations, but that's how we hold ourselves accountable publicly as leaders for each of our districts, that we're getting things done and we are holding staff. That's leadership. Leadership from the city manager, leading his team, setting priorities, and leadership from us, getting it done and saying, no, you said you're going to get it done in 12 weeks. What is the issue? And yes, things happen, but I want to know, why aren't we there? Because yes, an ordinance takes time to write, so forth and on, but how long have you been waiting for this ordinance? I'm asking you, how long have you been waiting? That's a long time to wait for a really important ordinance around safety. And not only that, it requires this department and whoever else, it's manpower and so forth and on. So if we're gonna accept an ordinance, if we're gonna accept something as a policy-making body, we need to know when we're writing a policy, if you go to the state of California or to the state level and they're writing a policy, just like we do in our staff report, we talk about what is the fiscal impact. So when that was set out there, did anybody tell you what the fiscal impact was? How many FTEs it's going to take to implement it and all of those things? Did you see any of that? I'm asking you a question. Did you see any? Yeah, no. Did you see any of that? Okay, but that's part of the process because it informs the council as well as the public. What is this going to cost us to get it done? These things are real when we talk about doing work. It's more than just saying, I want something. What is the fiscal impact? That's on the staff report. Oftentimes we say, oh, there's no impact. No, there is an impact to do this work. And we need to really work on these kinds of things so we can say, how much can we really achieve in this year? In a realistic way, as Councilmember Matias has talked about. How much can we really achieve? And so that's why the staff reports, well-written staff reports that talk about the staffing, the financial, the fiscal impact. Fiscal impact is staffing. So we need to do a better job and work together to really, when we're talking about, I want this done. What does it mean when it comes back? Even before it gets back to the dais in a full way, it's like, what is a quick summation about, oh, here are all the dependencies for this project. How are we going to prioritize it? This is what it means this year, these 5 things. This is what it's going to cost us in time, effort, dollars, and whatever the case may be. So I want to see somewhere we need to start tracking this kind of information so we can be a more effective council in giving direction and understanding all the dependencies. So also the community who sits and watches us, to the point, every 2 weeks, understand where are we, why are we doing what we're doing, and how long is it going to take us to do it, and what is going to be the impact on our dollars and when it hits the street. Those should be part of the analysis. That's a problem statement, right? That's part of the problem statement that we're looking at when I ask you to do something and we agree. So I'd like for us to be able to implement those kinds of things in the work.
Do you envision that that should be something that should be worked out as part of the form before it comes to the council, that you, if you have an idea, that you would work with whatever staff members you think are involved in the, you know, and with the city manager to come up with that what the lift is going to be as part of your request?
I don't think I need to do that. I think the city manager and his team, here's what I'm asking for. What is that really going to take us? Because the city manager and his team should know what are the dependencies, and it doesn't mean that, oh, somebody doesn't pick up the phone and say, Councilmember Letters, you know, you wrote this out, can we have a little more clarity? You know, yeah, we can have those kinds of things, but coming back to the council to decide what it really is going to be, there are some, I think, some very easy things that we can put together so that it becomes, can this really happen in the next 12 months? I don't know,
Well,
you know.
my point is, it's hard to vote on this, we give this 12 weeks, or we'll give this 2 months, or whatever it is, if we don't know what that is, and to give that to the council that night and expect the city manager to be able to account for all of that as part of that discussion is going to be really difficult.
Not in that first night. I mean, because
Okay.
you're giving a form, right?
Sure.
Because some of it may be on the fly. Hey,
Sure.
I really think this is important because Councilmember Matias and Councilmember Genzer, you brought up blah, blah, blah. Have we thought about? So, you know, I don't expect right in that moment that it's going to be fleshed out. And even if I present an idea on paper, it's not going to be fully fleshed
Sure.
out because I don't know
Right.
what the true
I just wanted to be clear
dependencies
about
are.
whether
Yeah.
it was going to be part of our voting up
No.
front or not. Okay, that makes sense.
I think you come back and there should be some timelines and parameters once there's a little more
Okay.
meat on the idea.
So, hate to say this, but that's why it's a two-step process. So the idea is, at the first step, you give your ask and you generally describe what it is. And at the second step, I mean the staff, and probably with the help of the council member giving any necessary clarity, are able to say, that is a 27-hour project, and we have the following 4 items currently in front of it, so that looks like this kind of a timeline, unless you want to adjust that, so that when it comes back for you to vote, yeah, are you moving it forward some more, you have how much time, how much effort, how much money. And so, because otherwise, if we're jumping directly to whatever that project is, we've sunk those costs if you don't agree that that's enough of a priority to spend X on or spend X amount of staff time on. So you've kind of circled yourselves back around a little bit to a two-step process,
But I'm not
organize step
objecting-
one a little better.
I'm not objecting to
I
the
understand.
two-step
I know.
process. I'm objecting to all of the I'm objecting to the lack of structure in the process and the lack of structure around the analysis in the process. Because without doing, here's my problem statement, here's what you've asked me to do, and generally it's a one sheet because it's about what's the fiscal impact, and you break all that down so that we already know before you go spend 200 hours on something what that's going to cost us in time and effort and so forth and on. And we have not my experience in the 7 months, I have not seen that at all. I don't see where we are really organized in the way that we do work so that we aren't expending unnecessary time. My goal is not to waste your time. I don't want to do that. So structure, as much as I have pushed for structure and I get a very strong pushback to not have that structure. And it is not helpful when you have limited resources. And it's not helpful for us as a council for direction and moving projects along. And it's just as frustrating for us as it is for you, from my perspective. I can't speak for everybody else here. I'm done.
All done? Okay. Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ludejo kind of stole a little bit of my thunder. I was going to say a lot of those things. No, but it's great. It's a great conversation. So I think, so a recommendation I have is that between the referral and then that first step where, we talk about the scope of it or deciding whether to scope this or not, I think the department heads should be able to, they should be able to take a decent guesstimate schwack at this in terms of manpower, resources, and basically how long it's going to take. And we can all agree that this is their best guess blush estimate of this, without getting mad about that wasn't accurate. But I think that having that initial assessment and then put that on that online tracker, then we're fully aware of okay, it's actually going to take a while. Never mind then. Or maybe we'll deprioritize that if it takes too many man hours. So we don't have to wait for the first step, which is when we talk about it, because sometimes that takes a while. But if we know in advance this is going to just generally how long it will take and how many man hours it will take and how many personnel it will take, I think that would alleviate a lot of that. So I feel like that's not an unreasonable thing to ask for. Another thing I want to bring up, and just for everyone's, if you want to go along with this, that form, for every council member who's submitting their referral, they should be writing how this is connects to the goal, right? They have to justify it. And so for a lot of these things, I could connect anything to any goal, really, but you have to make that argument. And then everyone should see that argument yeah, that's a really good argument, versus I don't really need that update. That update isn't going to change anything, right? It's a nice to have, but it isn't everything that we need right now. So I think that is that should be a requirement for each council member, and it will force us to really reflect how much do I really want to do this. So it's just kind of a self check sort of thing. That's all.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Matulik and then Councilmember Gordon.
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. And I think to summarize everything, I think we're all similarly on the same page. But until we get to the conversational portion of how we put referrals on there, how it gets executed, until we get to that conversational point to a document, but in this case, it sounds like several documents for us to actually see how the referrals actually play out. Because until you have the ask to what it takes to fully put it in there, I think the component we're missing on, and this is where I think we need staff input in, is what is the staff component of it? Is it going to take 2-3 of the staff to where we identify today in economic development, we're missing 4 people. So if we don't have 4 people, if we're short of 4 people, then what are the people we do have? That's going to load up more of their work of if that ask is related to economic development. So if something goes on their plate, something has to come off. And for those that aren't familiar with a Gantt chart, the great thing about a Gantt chart is when you add things to it, you can dynamically link things to where when things get adjusted or added to it, it'll dynamically adjust the other things that are already on there. So it'll automatically tell you if there's a conflict that you don't have account for. And a lot of the issues we're running into are staffing issues. So until we specify how the staffing is allocated with a lot of these referrals, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, not allowing our staff to get the stuff that is actually done. And what are we actually trying to prioritize or determine what's more priorities than others? So I think we're all talking about the same thing about what are we asking them to do, but until it's actually seen touchy-feely on a document that we can all have input in with a schedule, a budget, staffing on it, then we're all going to be, it's going to stay in that conversational until we're able to connect the dots of it, does it work or doesn't it work?
Thank you. Councilmember Gordon, and then Councilmember Matias, and then hopefully we can wrap this up.
Thank you so much. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to the seniors who have opened up opportunities for us newbies to come in, us freshmen to come in and make requests. Because in best practice, I have always experienced where the seniors would get theirs done in a time frame, and then we would then implement what we would like to see happen or see how we can blend it together. That has been my best practice, right? And so that's why I say thank you to the seniors for allowing us to implement our ask. And I think that's how come, as my colleague here next to me has pointed out, like he's been wanting something for 2 years ago. And I know I've been calling on it regarding my concerns with prostitution, for the example. And we've had multiple people come up to the dais and to the speaker regarding the same concerns. And I was really hoping that that would be one of the first things that we do eliminate, because safety, all of that is part of that. But I will say, for a challenge for you to my council member, it would be very difficult for me to sit there and write how would that time in for this and that, because look, it's already 11:28. We'll be here until 2 in the morning to our next council meeting if every last one of us write that down and try to put it here and there, because that part I won't know it, because as our acting city manager pointed out, it goes to different departments, you know. And so finance, it can go to fire department, for example, when I wanted to entertain our city being prepared for disasters, it would be time into a lot of things, and then that would be a job. And so remember, we're only part-time, even though we work full-time. So I think that might be a little bit too much to ask, but I think we should write it out, and then staff can bring to us, as my colleague, Dr. Letterju pointed out, to say how many hours that would be, how many man people or woman people can handle that. That would be really good. And then we can say, all right, we'll just put that on the list and be mindful again that it may not happen right away, but it will give an idea. And I think the biggest mistake was we had not did our goal setting yet. I mean, I've never seen that happen before. And so we're already going on to our 7th month and still no goal setting, and still no, what's the one I was looking for? Team building. Thank you, sir. Because I've been asking for that since January 7th for team building. So team building should happen first, and then goal setting should be in second, and then we could have worked out a lot of these issues. But yeah, I just think that we have to keep that in mind. Thank you so much. I'd like to propose that we move forward, unless my colleagues have anything to say.
Okay, Councilmember Matias.
I was just gonna tell y'all not to be the late night Grim Reaper, but we still haven't gone through the list, and there's still an update that staff has to give, and it's 11:30. So can we please move forward with some motion? It's 11:31.
Councilmember Letterju.
Thank you for that, but I'm still going to say this. So I think just really it's important, because we seem to not be able to always take direction, and we get, I need 4 council members, so I need to say this. We could, to help to help with what has just been addressed by Councilmember Gordon, is develop a template that would be helpful to develop your ideas. Additionally, to the point that Councilmember Matulik made about being on paper, I'm going to say this. It is not my job to do your Gantt charts and all of these other things. It is the city manager's job to direct staff to develop these systems. And when those systems are developed, you can share those systems, and it will inform what we can and cannot achieve in any given period in time. And so the concept is we're having the dialogue saying, here are the things that we need, and it is the city's manager's job as the leader of this organization to put those things in motion and bring them back as a way of informing council on, here were your ideas, and when we lay this out, this is what it takes, this is the time, and here is what you would need to potentially give up. Those are the kinds of dialogues that I expect to have with the city manager and staff by having a Gantt chart or some methodology of them being able to put all their projects in a document to be able to show, here are all the dependencies and so forth and on. So if we have those kinds of tools, we then can easily make a determination and be well-informed in what we can achieve. And so I think that's really important to say that. That's the job of the city manager, not the council.
I agree. Okay, I'm not seeing any more lights, so we're going to try to give some clear direction and move on. So I agree, we need to have the city manager develop some type of way of displaying all of the requests in a up-to-date fashion, Gantt chart or however we see fit. So that is lift number one. And then number two, I think we need to have the line item added to the agendas before the presiding officer, so we can have a specific place where we can request agenda items. We need to have a form developed so that we can make that request. That form is due either at the time you're making your request or shortly thereafter, so that and it's only in an emergency that it's shortly thereafter. It needs to be that the standard will be that the form will be completed before you make your request to the council. And at that time, when you make that request to the council will vote on the priority and the appropriate timeline for staff. And then that timeline will include when it will come back for step 2 for a final approval. And if we have that SharePoint or the Gantt chart, I think it would be really helpful. I don't know if this is possible, but it would be really helpful if we could track public comments that are topics that are on that chart, so that if every time somebody makes a comment about prostitution, it goes on a check mark next to that agenda or that list on that item, or if somebody talks about break-ins or whatever the priority is, if it's on that list, we should have a running tally of the times that it's made brought to light through public comment, so that way we see that it's a priority based on public comments as well. Is there anything else that we want to talk about? Is there any added bonus to have council members have that form vetted by 2 other council members before it comes forward, or do we want to just have it be, you can just bring it forward? Just bring it forward, okay. Is that enough direction?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I do have a sample form. I'm happy to send it to the full council once I make some changes to it.
Any other direction that we need to give to staff on that item?
Were you going to give any direction on the 12 items that we haven't even gotten to the first step on?
I think that we should revisit it. What? You want to do it right now? You want to go through those 12? Well, I was just saying, because those 12 items don't include all the items that other people have brought up, that it's not a complete list.
That's correct. May I ask this, and I apologize for this. I think this is where the form will help me at least do the initial intake to track it from the beginning. If there is a request that you do not see Would you please
Can you pull up were you able to pull up the
let me
list of
know
the 12
what that
items?
request is? And I will go back and research it.
Okay, so do we want to go through this list and quickly prioritize the 12 items that are currently here, and then we can add additional items after? Is that what we want to do tonight? Okay.
Can I make a recommendation through the chair? I liked what you just got through saying. We should go ahead and pass this and then add to it, if that's okay from here. Could I make that recommendation, Ms. Veronica?
So how are we going to effectively and timely prioritize these? Because each one of these is like another hour discussion for each item. I just kind of feel like that's the only daunting task is.
Can I ask a
Councilmember
point
Primaris,
of?
do you have a suggestion?
No. No. But can I ask a point of?
Councilmember Primaris has the floor, please.
I'd like to make a recommendation. We talk about our referrals and just state, when do you want this to happen, right? So for me, I only got 3. So prostitution ordinance and red light abatement act ordinance, now. And then I got the long-term financial plan within the next year and a half. So hopefully everyone can make some sort of guesstimate of how much you really want this to happen.
Sure, but your 2 now items may compete with our other now items, and then how do we prioritize those?
We'll start with that, and we'll just.
So we have an immediate and a future item. Is that what we want to prioritize?
Could I make a suggestion?
Yes.
If there's 12 items, you can list them 1 through 12, add it all up. The lowest number collectively is your highest priority. The highest number collectively is your lowest priority.
It's basically voting. But can
Go
I
ahead.
ask
Your
a point?
your
I need a
ranking.
point
Yes.
of clarification. That the step that Councilmember Letiju was talking about and some of the others of you were talking about, which is before I decide whether that's priority 1 or priority 4, I want to know
Staff time.
staff time, money, what have you. Are you are you tagging these now to move them to that step? Or are you tagging them to move to actually getting the item done? Because I'm not understanding whether you're skipping over the how much is it going to cost and how long is it going to take, or you're just saying these are their order of priority to actually do them.
Can we call the 12 items back up? Can you just leave those on the screen? Because some of the things like the updates and things, I think those those should come as part, I don't know if we have a council meeting that's just all just updates maybe, but what if we propose that these items are sent to the council members by email? We can rank them ourselves and email them back to the clerk by next week, and those that don't send them in, they don't get a vote, and then it just is based on however many, the priority is set by whoever votes and sends it in within a week. Does that work?
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm just trying to streamline this as quickly as possible.
Okay, so
Who's next?
my light was on too. Who was that? Was it Councilmember Gordon?
I think you were first and then.
Okay, so Dawn, I have a question for you. How many of these items was city staff able to get through in the first 6 months? Not these items, sorry. The previous list we gave them, was it just 6? How many did they get through in the first half of 25?
Well, I think there's some disagreement because I did hear Councilmember Letiju. She said some items are missing. She did not agree that the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians Casino there was not an update given. So staff believed that 7 of those 23 were complete, but I think there's disagreement amongst the council on that as well.
Yeah, and I have a disagreement on one of them, but I'll email y'all about that separately. But the whole point is, if we got 7 done, according to staff, in 7 months, then we should limit the list to the top 6 or top 7 items for them to focus on for the rest of the year. Because we can rank them 1 through 12, but if they were just able to get through the 6 with all the other stuff we've been dealing with, I don't want to kind of set ourselves and them up for failure saying, let's get these 12 items done in 6 months. Like, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So I would say I'm in favor of prioritizing items that are in line with what we have agreed unofficially is our number one priority, which is public safety. I'm more than willing to compromise on some items. I don't think all of mine are urgent, but I don't necessarily feel like we're in a position to make that decision right now, because each of these, it requires more conversation, and I don't think at 11:42 we should really be talking about all of them. But, so that's all a long-winded way of saying, Vice Mayor, we should limit this to 6 items for staff to get through in the next couple months, and I think each of the counselors should bring their top 2, and then, or 3, and then we should make that decision at the next meeting, just to move things along. Like, I don't have an issue prioritizing your prostitution ordinance. I do have a question for the chief, because you and I talked about this too in March. There's an enforcement issue with that ordinance. So I don't want to spend time on an ordinance if the DA's office is going to give us trouble enforcing it. So is that clear? Or
Yeah,
whatever issues you were trying to sort through, are those resolved with whomever, whether that's the DA's office, internally? I just want to make sure if we say that's the number one thing we move forward on, that we can actually enforce it. Otherwise, we're wasting time.
Yeah, we do not have any obstacles with that, if we have that ordinance in place.
Okay.
And with the creation of our proactive team, in the next couple months, we can certainly do enforcement once that ordinance is online.
So, in the interest of time, could we agree that maybe these 12 items, the prioritization of these 12 items should be our very first agenda item on our next meeting? Can we do that way? So that way we're fresh, we can talk about it, everybody hopefully will be here, and we can knock out these before it being the very last item on the agenda and we're all ready to go home. Is that fair enough to do?
On the 5th? You're saying on the 5th?
Can I make a recommendation?
I know
to
the agenda
chair?
is probably full, but can we move this as the number one agenda item, is to prioritize these on the 5th?
Through the chair, can I ask? I really, really ask if we as a team do look at creation of the prostitution ordinance, especially because Caltrans is going to be coming through.
Right, but we can do that on August 5th. We can prioritize and start those.
The August 5th agenda is pretty full.
I know it is, but
Yeah.
tonight was full too. I think
Yeah.
we can compromise and we can vote on things and shorten things.
I mean, the reality is, even if we said today, let's prioritize the prostitution ordinance, like, staff's not going to get anything done next week.
No.
That's true, but at least it'll be, through the chair, at least it'll be something they can move forward on and some directions on. So if we as a council tonight say we'll do 1, creation, 2, creation of the red light abandonment, and then whichever one you want to, but at least these 2 can move forward and staff can move forward, and by the time we get to it, they will, like the gun violence, we could do those 2. Those are all safety and health issues. So if we do those 3 right there and keep it moving, we can address the other ones at the next meeting. But at least staff will have these 3 to work on however much time they need.
I think the point is they're not going to get anything done in the next week. So to say that those 3 items are number one priority tonight.
Oh, I didn't mean next by the week, but I'm saying moving forward.
Sure.
Because he waited patiently last meeting, remember?
I know, and that's why I'm trying to make sure that this is the very first agenda item on our next meeting so that we have time to talk about it. Does anybody have a better suggestion?
I don't want to wait. I really don't want to wait. I've been very patient about this.
Okay.
The residents of St. Vincent's Hill, and on your side of the district too,
I get
I mean,
it.
this is an everyday thing, and I had to put my foot down on this. I cannot wait any longer. We cannot even look into this until we prioritize this. The city attorney can't talk to the DA. We can't talk to other district attorneys. We can't talk to other city attorneys. We can't even and this shouldn't even take that long. It's a simple ordinance. Well, okay, caveats. A little bit complicated, right?
I mean, the tobacco ordinance took us a year to develop. I'm just saying, it's not as simple as.
Maybe the city attorney could chime in.
Again, okay, let me just ask, I'm sorry. We all agree that that needs to get done, but this falls on staff. Between today and the next time we meet, are you going to realistically make progress on that, even if we tell you, go ahead and do this? That's really the question.
So I think it depends on what you describe as progress. So let's talk about what this thing looks like, right? First, we have to do some degree of research to figure out what are the parameters, what are the guardrails on this, and how far can we get it. Then we are going to look at other jurisdictions that may have done something similar, something close to it. We're going to talk to the district attorney, correct. We're going to talk to other city attorneys, correct. So we're going to do all of that work. Can we start some of that this week? Yeah, maybe. I mean, we can move 2 steps forward in the 1 week or the 2 weeks between the 2 meetings. But I also think that perhaps one of the things that, again, we're trying to talk about, trying to get what the scopes are. We're really trying to scope these projects first, right? What's the scope? So you could say you want to pick out 3 of them tonight to be scoped, and then you know kind of where that band is, and maybe that comes back on, what's your date? August 5th. With the scope for those items. But of course, if you pick 3 that one department has to scope, or, involves the same 3 departments, it's a little bit harder than 3 different ones doing a scope.
The 3 are the creation of the
Yeah.
prostitution, creation of the red light, and the gun violence, right? The 3
Yeah.
highest
Are those the
priority.
3 you? So if this council already knows those are your 3
then
top
let's-
on this list, then just tell us that and we'll.
Well, there's 2 speed
4.
ones. There's the school, and there's also the business district speeds. Can't those be combined into, I mean, is it?
They're
one
the same
ordinance?
legal issue.
Same legal issue, so.
And just a correction on that, Vice Mayor, it's actually AB 43, not 22. Sorry about that.
Who made that mistake?
That was me.
Okay.
Use of AB 43 to reduce speeds in designated business districts. So I just wanted to correct
Okay,
that.
so those 4 public safety are our highest priority, right? The creation of the prostitution ordinance, the creation of the red light abatement ordinance, the gun violence, and then the 2 speeds are combined into 1. So those 4 are our highest priority. Yes.
Because if we're saying our unofficial priority, our goal has been safety. So would you also choose to leave out the thought of discussion and consideration of the Vision Zero policy?
What is the Vision Zero policy? I'm not sure what that is.
So
You can answer to it, yes.
Yeah, so that's an open question mark. So that needs to be prioritized, but the thing I don't know about transparently is staff made a budget ask for $700,000, and they have to engage a consultant. We have to go through a whole process. So that's
Never mind.
not elevated at the same level as these ordinances. For me, at least, it's not.
Okay, so
That's fine then.
Yeah.
So we're voting on those 4, let's say technically 5, but 2 of them are combined. We're going to vote those 4 as our highest priority. And then everything else can come back for further discussion.
Yeah, and then just for the record,
Once the staff comes back with those 4 items and give a realistic timelines and the lift for all of those things, then after that discussion, we'll know if there's any time left to do anything else. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
I can live with that, but I just want to put this out for the record. When we come back and look at these items again, the social nuisance ordinance has to be like number 1, because I don't want.
You can justify that when it comes back.
No, I get that. I get what you're saying, but all I'm saying is, like, what happened this 4th of July and the past couple of 4th of Julys needs to be systemically addressed, and we need to get out in front of that. So just want to put that out there.
Yes. Well, New Year's Eve will be before that, and New Year's Eve is
Right.
another really loud one, so.
So like, I
Okay,
need to
so we're voting
apologize.
on those 5 items as our
Can I
top
give an apology?
You want what?
I want to give an apology. I thought that the presentation for the California Forever Island wasn't here. I guess it went by super fast, so I
Oh,
apologize.
They
I
lumped
see
them
it.
together, yeah.
Thank you. I apologize for that.
Sorry, Palmaris had it.
Sorry, what are the 5? I was tracking 4. The Prostitution Ordinance, Red Light Abatement Act.
The gun violence.
Oh, the gun
and
violence
then-
one.
And
Okay,
then the
got it,
2
sorry.
speed ones are combined into one.
Yeah, thank you.
And so when you're talking about the prostitution and the red light, when you're talking about creation of a prostitution ordinance, creation of red light abatement act ordinance, can you really leave out creation of Sonoma Boulevard ad hoc committee? Because they all dovetail together, and that's not
They
that
do,
hard
but
to deal
that's
with.
not a public that's not.
No.
That's not a public safety, I think, because you can lump all these together to be public safety. I mean, honestly, almost, you can make an argument for every one of these being public safety. So we have to draw a
I
line
can't.
somewhere. I think that can be, when we bring these items back, once we have the 4 items, technically 5, but the 4 priority items, vetted out by the staff to determine how long it's going to take and what the lift is going to be, and how much time we will have left to add more things, then we can have that discussion and add those things.
Okay, that's fine.
Everybody's agreeing to that. We're going to vote on that here, that those are the items. So the priority items, again, the list is gone. The priority items are creation of the prostitution ordinance, creation of the red light abatement act ordinance, the gun violence restraining order, the 2 speed items combined. That's what we're voting on. So if we can do a roll call vote, that's our priority items.
And those are, to be clear, those are coming back with scopes at your August 5th meeting as the first agenda
Yes.
item, correct? Okay,
Yes.
I want to make sure that's correct. All right. Okay.
When's the August 5th agenda actually going out?
Oh, I guess
Next week sometime.
maybe it can be maybe it will be right after the recess, because that's our last meeting before the recess, correct?
That's correct.
So then those prior items, maybe the fetting out of those prior items will come back right after the first meeting after the recess.
So that would be September,
Yes.
September 9th?
Yes.
Okay, okay,
Sorry.
No, thank you for that clarification.
okay. All right.
So we're voting on those 5 priorities, technically 4. They will be fetted out and they will be brought back right after our recess. So it'll be the September 9th meeting where we will discuss the staff lift and what all that will take, and then we'll determine what more priorities we can add, if we can add any. That's what we're voting on, yes or no tonight.
And may I also ask council members, if you believe something is missing off that list, would you please send me an email and I will do the research?
So the performance audit is missing.
You'll send her an email.
I don't
You'll
want to
send
send
an
an email. I'm just letting you know now.
I've got duly noted.
Okay, we're ready
She
for a
knows.
vote, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Councilmember Gordon,
Aye.
Lettitude,
Aye.
Matias,
Yes.
Matulik,
Aye.
Palmares,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Bergenzer.
Yes.
So that was a unanimous yes?
Hallelujah. We're on to the information calendar. We want to hear a very, very brief update on Broadway.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council. Natalie Peterson, Assistant to the City Manager. Also with me this evening is Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager. We have a brief item for you guys. Happy to answer questions afterwards, but with the late evening, we will go through this relatively quickly. Next slide, please. So we all know Broadway project is 2441 Broadway, 47 permanent supportive housing units with our partners, our developer firm Foundation and Operator Shelter, Inc. Firm Foundation does currently own the property through construction, at which point council will have the opportunity to exercise an option to take ownership of that if you so choose. Next slide. So our timeline, we received TCO at the beginning of the month, temporary certificate of occupancy. Tomorrow, almost today, and Thursday, Wells Fargo and Make It Home will be doing a furniture install at the units. They've already begun moving them in, and we will be building that rooms and putting them together so that way as participants move in, it's fully furnished and ready for them to call it their home. Which means that units will ideally be ready 7/28, so next Monday for participants to begin moving in. The lease and operator agreement is anticipated to get executed early next week. We're receiving final certificates of insurance to move forward with the execution. Next slide. So the lease up of the property, the first round of participants will be moving in the week of, by the week of August 18th. There's still a couple of items that we have to do to get that ready, which is executing the operator agreement. The participants are being referred through the coordinated entry system. Once that process goes through, they start their background checks to then be able to begin their leases getting executed. Resource Connect has 30 participants who are fully document ready and waiting for their referral and are actively working with a cohort of additional potential referrals to get them document ready to make the process as easy as possible when they get referred into the system. Next slide.
I'll quickly give you an update. We've all been pretty nervous about federal funding and what that looks like for the future of many of our projects. And I am happy to report that we got confirmation via email yesterday that the project-based vouchers for Broadway will not be part of our shortfall take-back, clawback, because we got the approval from the Housing Authority for the Broadway housing allocation plan units in May of 2025, and in June HUD notified the city that we would be in shortfall. So anything after the June notification date will not be upheld, but we were within 30 days. So great news, our funding is not at risk for these PBVs, and we have that in writing from HUD, which is really important. In that same vein, Council did approve the opioid funding for some of that gap in the operations, because it still will take, once we have everything submitted to HUD, it will still take them at least 90 days to process. So those opioid agreements signed by Firm Foundation and Shelter Inc. will be coming to City Council on 8/5 so that we can get that funding secured and ready to roll for the August 18th projected move-in date. So those will be coming here shortly. And then we are planning a ribbon cutting, most likely in October. Those dates are being looked at. We'll send you those so you can hold that timeline. Just like we did for Blue Oak Landing, it's nice when the participants are living there and they can be a part of the process if they want. So that's why we're putting it out just a couple months so they can all get settled in and leased up, and then we'll invite you all to be part of this exciting ribbon cutting. Next slide.
That is our presentation. We are happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Do we have any public comments?
None at this time.
Okay. Looks like we have Councilmember Gordon.
Absolutely. I'm so excited. I don't know if any of my colleagues had an opportunity to go and see what it looked like. I was there when HUD, the representative from HUD was there. He was processing everything. Our director, Jones, was able to give them a tour. And so it was nice for me to, it came in with a hard hat. I've been taking pictures of the property, and from the beginning, as I did the Broadway project for the for our unhoused single individuals. So I'm excited to see it moving forward. So when I went in there, you could believe you and me, I was so surprised to see how much actually got done. I went into all of the rooms. from the fourth floor, not all of them, but each floor, I should say. And I was just amazed at how it looked. And it was very emotional for me, very emotional. So thank you so much for all the hard work you put into this project. And I'm excited to see I'm like, ribbon cutting, why can't it be in August? But okay, I'll wait. But thank you so much for everything, and thanks to everybody. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Matias.
So I think you two may know what I'm going to ask. I was under the impression that we were opening this up in August. So why is that ribbon cutting now happening in October? And didn't we approve the agreement with Shelter in May? I thought we had approved all that stuff at the same time. So what are we waiting, or what is this, another agreement? I am genuinely confused.
Yes, so a couple of pieces. The ribbon cutting we're going to do after individuals move in. We wanted to prioritize getting individuals into the units and then celebrating with the participants that will be living there, similar to how we did with Blue Oak Landing over on Sacramento Street. That's become quite standard practice for a lot of affordable housing projects throughout California, is to do that as people have moved in. So not delaying people moving in, they will start moving into the project in August. The lease and operator agreement was approved by council back in June. Early June, we worked through a couple of additional questions regarding predominantly insurance-related questions, as Councilmember Letajou had brought up in the as part of the budgeting portion. So we're now executing that agreement with the updated certificates of insurance, and then the new items coming to you guys August 5th is you did approve step one amendment, notice of intent to amend the budget to add the opioid funding. So we're coming back with the second step of actually adding that budget to the project and bringing forward the associated agreements that outlines how those funds will be spent, outlining in particular Councilmember Bergenzer's request that the funds don't go towards paying the developer fees out of those, and divvying up which portions would go directly to Shelter Inc. for the more operational funding versus Firm Foundation for the closeout of the construction-related items.
Thank you for that. We didn't do that for the navigation center, though. We didn't wait until folks were in the facility to do the ribbon cutting. So what is the difference? I'm genuinely trying to understand.
So navigation center, because individuals are in an open space, they wouldn't have privacy to necessarily remove themselves from that celebration if they did not want to be a part of it or made to feel like they were on display as part of that. With the permanent housing, individuals can choose to come and be a part of that, or if they don't want to, can be in their private unit. So we do plan to ideally have a unit that is available, even if it's maybe the manager's unit, for individuals to see what that looks like during the event, but not having individuals be necessarily on display at the navigation center. They wouldn't have the opportunity to remove themselves if they wanted to.
Also, another reason that, like we did with Blue Oak Landing, is that we had, as part of the agenda, we had some of the people living there speak to their story and to how important it was. And if we're doing that the first week while they're moving in, it's a little chaotic. And if you remember, HUD gives us, I think it's 90 days to lease up, 90 days to lease up. And so not everyone's going to come in on day one. We have 30 ready to roll, and then we'll be, pulling more as well. But we're just going to give them that month and a half to kind of get settled. I mean, this is different. It's kind of like a little bit more ownership because they have their own private space, their own furniture, their own items there. It's not like the dormitory style, so it's quite different. So we're hoping to give them, like we did at Blue Oak, it worked really well, a month and a half to settle in, to kind of understand all the services that are there, get their space all set up, and then volunteer if they'd like to be part of the program and the ribbon cutting that we'll do jointly. It's kind of a collaborative thing.
So as far as you're concerned, that construction is complete. Is that what you're telling me?
It's a temporary certificate of occupancy. Final occupancy has not been completed. There's a few punch list items, but we are able to move people in at this juncture.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know you guys put out that email of for the volunteers to help with the putting furniture together. Do you have enough volunteers, and when would all the furniture be completed?
So I do believe we have a decent amount of volunteers through the project. The anticipation is that the 2 full-day processes will get that work done. There is a group of staff, both from Wells Fargo, the City, Shelter Inc., and Firm Foundation, who are committed to coming in and doing additional work over the weekend if needed, if it's not completed in those 2 days, or the first couple of days before folks start moving in.
Thank you for that clarification. And the fact you've noted on your presentation that Firm Foundation owns the property, but then at the end of construction, the status may be in question. So that this ties back to the last item we just talked about, because one of the items that may be missing from that list of priorities are an item we've talked about for months, is the asset management of all the properties we have in the city. So I'm not sure, was that part of the formal list of referrals that didn't make the list for whatever reason, or is that one of the ones that were accidentally missing, to where that needs, at some point, I think that is another medium priority, not as at the public safety level, but once again, it's the tracking method of things that we've been continuously talking about, but unless it's on that a written document, that it's getting lost in the shuffle. So thank you.
The asset management may be one of the referral items that needs to be added to that. In terms of the ownership, there is an option agreement that past council has provided, and is an agreement that the city can choose to accept. If council chooses to move forward with that, we would bring that item before council once, with the staff recommendation, after any potential liens, financing, et cetera, is removed from the property. Not saying that there is currently any, but if anything were on there, we would make that recommendation to not take that option until the property is clear of those liens or financing against the property. So it would come back before council as a future item, and we can send a memo with additional information on that.
But based on what we just discussed about, unless it's on that referral list and it's on that priority of where it is, it shouldn't even come in front of the agenda or on an agenda unless we make it a priority to be at that high level, bumping something else back. So that's why I want to make sure that that if it gets to that point, that asset management thing is we aren't circumventing our own process that we just talked about that we're putting in place.
So, if I may, so that item, and I think this is a little bit back to Mr. Boone's comment. One of the reasons that the process is confusing is there are items that are generated by the council. There are also items that are generated by other agreements, past agreements, the need to accept public improvements. There are things that are generated through the staff process that aren't a council-generated item. This item, whether you will or won't accept the option, will not. That's already bound in your documents. It's going to come before you as a question, as a matter of contract, in a contract you're already in, with the current owner of the property, Firm Foundation, where the council has a window within which to exercise its option, and we're not going to let that window pass without the council. Well, staff is not going to let that window pass without it coming forward as a staff-initiated item to the council. So it's not a council-initiated item.
Yeah. Thank you for that clarification.
I also want to thank you and all the stuff. I know everybody's been involved in this, but it's been a really rocky road. I'm just very glad we're finally at the touch line. I'm very excited to see this open, and hopefully it has major impact with our community. You said that you have 30 already in the hopper ready to go, and I'm assuming those are all Vallejo residents that are going in. And then how quickly do you think you'll have the list together of the full 47 or 46 units?
So
you're already 75% or 65% there.
Yeah, so we have a community queue of Vallejo participants who are eligible for the process. Right now, we're going through and letting them know what the general rules, the background checks that they would go through, and then getting them document ready. Resource Connect's working very hard behind the scenes to do that. I anticipate by the August 18th, when we start moving individuals in, we will have most, if not all, of those 47 document ready and doing that lease up process.
Okay, great, thank you so much.
Just a point of clarification, though, that I think everybody misses a little bit. This is not a City of Vallejo housing program.
No, I get that.
Yeah,
We just
So
wanted it to be a priority.
Resource
for Vallejo,
Connect will
yes.
be taking on that role, and Shelter Inc. will be taking on that role. Regardless of the ownership role, it's still running through those systems that
Yes.
are already in place.
Yeah.
I'm saying that more just for in general,
Right.
rather than, I know the council knows that, but making
Yes.
sure that nobody is not understanding the process.
Okay,
Thanks.
and then Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, thank you. I did receive the request for volunteers, and I volunteered, but then I received a cancellation.
I will double check
Could
on
you
that
please?
and get back to you in the morning. I don't believe, but let me double check in case I missed something while we've been here or I was out in the field today.
Seriously, we've been having problems with my doggone thing, so I don't know if it's trying to tell me I'm over volunteering myself, but I definitely would like to volunteer. Just want to make sure I have it in my calendar so I don't overschedule myself. Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you so much. We can move on to item number 11, which is the city manager's report.
Thank you. Just 3 quick items. 2 community engagement events to report out for city staff. The first one Pastor Summers talked about, so that was the Country Crest Community Cleanup event. So that was a very good event. So thank you for all the council members that helped kind of get that thing moving forward. We cut through a lot of red tape. Great event. Cleaned up a lot of debris from the neighborhood. There was food, there was activities, a lot of community-based organizations participated and helped fund the program. The second one was on the same day also this past Saturday, and it was coordinated through the Unity in the community. And it was on the waterfront, a lot of activity there as well. So 2 really good community engagement events. And then lastly, the Lewis Company submitted a conceptual golf plan for the Blue Rock Springs Golf Course. Staff is currently looking at and reviewing those plans now, and this should come back in front of you sometime in September. That is all from City Manager's office.
Thank you. Item number 12 is the city attorney's report.
No report.
Item 13 is community forum. Do we have any members of the public?
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor, we do have one member of the public in person who would like to speak. Mr. Boone?
I hope third time's a charm, and I'll try to be charming and brief. I sent you all an email yesterday. Once you've had some sleep and are in a good mood, please find my email and read it. I'll hit the bullet points. On June 5, we learned that the city intends to renegotiate all of the development agreements on Mare Island, but no details were given. So we need to know, for reasons of transparency, the public needs to know when are those agreements going to be renegotiated, and very important, not just for Mare Island residents, but the development of Mare Island obviously is going to profoundly affect the economy of the whole city. So just please be transparent and get public information out about further information about how those renegotiations will happen. Thanks.
No other speakers at this time.
Okay. Item number 14 is report out of presiding officer and members of the city council. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask if we could please consider whatever we put on the agenda on the table, that it would be first or second to the first, so that we will not push things out and where it gets forgotten. That's been best practice. When we put something on a table, we make sure we put that on, to be the first 3 items to be addressed. Can I make that recommendation?
Yes, but may I correct what I think your nomenclature is? Or what you mean is if we don't get to an item on the agenda, like we kick the last 4 items off the agenda because we don't get them, you're asking them to be first on the next meeting?
Continue to as first, yes.
Got it. I think, yeah, on the table means something else in
Thank you for clarifying.
whatever we're calling that. Parliamentary procedure, but in terms of what you're asking for the first items on the next agenda to be anything that was carried over from the previous meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I would like to share real quick I attended with Sergeant Hollis and Pippin to their neighborhood watch meeting, was well received, well attended, and I went again to support anything that my other colleagues may have, and they may bring it to us. I'll have a visual of why that's important and to better support it. So if I show up, that's why, but then again, if I wasn't serving in city council, I still show up anyways as a community advocate. I also attended very exciting event with the Seaweed through 707, and Seaweed had honored me the opportunity to throw out the ball, the first pitch ball, and I was excited to have the city staff there, which was well received. I'm so grateful for you all. Natalie showed up, our new city council, assistant manager showed up, and then also Veronica and Oscar was there. Everyone was there. I was so happy to see that. And then we had a lot of the Board of Supervisors were there in their representation. My colleagues here was there. I believe Councilman Lejeune was there, right? Oh, sorry about that. You just everywhere I go, so I guess I'm so used to seeing you, right? Thank you for your honesty, but I thought I saw you there, but thank you. But anyways, there you go. Yeah, there you go. But it was so fun because I brought Christopher on with me because, you know, he's the real council member, really, because he's more famous than me. But he was so honored, like he was emotional. My family came as well. And then I also attend the opportunity with Daniel Johnson. Does anyone know who he is? He plays for the San Francisco Giants, and he came out to support the backpack drive that Watch Me Grow through Jamila Hamnif, and it was so wonderful because all of the Seaweeds, they also came to support that, and so it was well received, and he wants to do more with our city. He is a Vallejan, by the way, so it was so great to see him there. It was, sorry. Also, too, we had an opportunity to participate with our community. In our community in itself, we're trying to find ways for our kids to do things. So I reached out to the city manager. He's setting up meetings with GVRD, the city, most likely Public Works, and anyone else that can help us find ways to do more with our park, with our community center, because our kids have nothing to do right now. Monday through Friday, they're not able to go swimming, they're not able to do anything. So I was happy about him helping me set up that, and also with Caltrans, he's helping me with that. So I want to say publicly thank you for that. Before he went on vacation, he's working on that. So, but I just want to say thank you to our acting city manager. I appreciate you reaching out to us and letting us know what's going on, because a lot of things I didn't know, so I appreciate that. Thank you. But thank you, that's the end of my report. Oh, one more important thing. This Sunday, I get to participate in the Portuguese Festival, and I'm excited about it. It's in Benicia. We had ours here in Vallejo, and then one before that was in El Grove. You all should come out. It's wonderful. It's just like celebrating the Filipinos festival, but it's also brings the whole city together, and it's a very emotional experience as well. So thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Quickly going through my activities on Wednesday, July 9th, attended the STA Transit and Rideshare Committee meeting. And then on the Saturday, the 12th, I also had the opportunity and the honor to throw out the first ball for the Vallejo Seaweeds game. Thank you to Mark Albert for getting that coordinated for me. And they happened to win that game, by the way. And then on the 14th, I want to thank Councilmember Matias, along with Supervisor James, along with a couple of electeds from Fairfield on the city council and also from the school board, that we attended the APAPA newly elected panel where we were guest speakers to speak to the youth from the APAPA organization about being in office and what it takes, and basically having a vision for how to help best support the community that you live in and that you want to engage in. And so had the honor to attend that. On Wednesday, the July 16th, had the honor to attend the ribbon cutting ceremony, and Councilmember Ledeju, along with Supervisor James, were also in attendance for the Elevator Constructors Local 8 Training Center, the ribbon cutting ceremony. And then on Wednesday, the 16th, also later that night, had the honor to speak to the Vallejo Citizens Academy, who were preparing for their graduation tomorrow that will be happening. So it started out with a group of about 50, and it ends up being about a group of 30 that are actually graduating from that academy of learning more about civic engagement and local government. And then on the 17th, had the honor to attend the grand opening of Carolyn's Place, which is a sober women's living facility. Had the honor to be there with Councilmember Bregenzer and Councilmember Palmeris. I think that was it from the city, with a couple of electeds at the state level. And so it was a great presentation, and it was a great facility. They did a great job of renovating that to turn it into a sober living facility for women. And then on the 19th, to accentuate what Chief Ta talked about with the Country Club crest cleanup, I want to thank Councilmember Ledeju, along with Councilmember Matias, for also attending that with Supervisor James. I want to give a special shout out to Supervisor James's office for helping be a lead in that coordination from her staff, and also with Tanish Hollins with CSJ, and along with the local organizations with Pastor Summers, Apostle Summers with Healthy Vallejo, along with Orlando with Empowerment Boys and Girls Club, that put together basically a block party for in the parking lot there, to help accentuate the renovations that happened from the most recent incidents, and looking at to have a system in place and a regular schedule for a cleanup for the Country Club Crest area. So thank you for everyone that participated with that. And then to once again, to continue my push for highlighting a lot of the local businesses here in my District 2 area, want to highlight the Vargas Market, along with Lola's Market in the shopping complex there over off of Mini Drive and Sonoma Boulevard, two of our more prominent, and I think our two only Latino grocery stores in our District 2 area. So that would be the end of my report.
Thank you, Dr. Ledeju.
Thank you. So there was a request to share out about the county Board of Supervisors today around the sheriff. So the county staff, they've worked diligently to address the recent CalPERS audit findings. The issue has been resolved, and as a result, the sheriff's office will be losing 2 retired annuitants. However, this change is not expected to impact service levels. The county has also met and conferred with SEIU regarding the dispatcher positions. SEIU raised no concerns with the contract and simply requested backup coverage in the event the 2 dispatchers require vacation or sick leave. Discussions with the Deputy Sheriff's Association, DSA, are progressing well. The county and DSA are close to resolving the outstanding concerns, and Sheriff Ferrara is confident that all issues will be fully addressed by the August 5th Board of Supervisors meeting. To ensure timely progress on the contract, the BOS voted to grant county council and the CAO the authority to continue with the procurement process and remove administrative barriers that could delay necessary purchases. And so for right now, that's it. It'll go back to Board of Supervisors on the 5th for their final vote once, again, discussing this with the DSA. And I just want to quickly talk about the Country Club Crest. There were a lot of residents that just were elated around the cleanup, and there were many comments. There were a couple comments where we've had members who have been residents there for over 30 years say that this was the first time that it has been so clean in many years, and it was greatly appreciated. There were many cars towed. There were over 20-something volunteers. They actually canvassed the neighborhood, picked up trash. And so, they just really felt loved and cared for by the city. So I will tell you, when you take the time to really go into community and serve communities that have literally been marginalized, and community in the Country Club Crest has been marginalized, and it makes a difference when we show up in full force and put our hands to the plow. I will tell you that community is quite grateful for everything that happened on that day. So a big shout out to us as a city family. Thank you very much for everyone who participated. Chief Tom picked up the baton and kept it moving. And so to our new assistant city manager, she popped in, helped. And so just really want to thank you. And there were city staff who made sure the bins got there. There were 5 bins, 4 of them were completely filled. And so just a huge thank you for that work to everyone on the city staff.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you for that. I apologize. I know we want to get home. I want to say thank you so much for the opportunity for me to be able to attend the Solano County Supervisor Cassandra James event with the United Way Housing Justice Initiative, as mentioned earlier. It was so well received. The room was full, and I was happy to see that no one really left early, because that's just how meaty the information was. So I definitely want us to continue to partner and to meet these needs. So that's what I wanted to say. And don't forget, we only have 4 more games for Seaweed, 2 home and 2 away. And late night basketball is the second to the last game as August. So, the last one, we're looking for a lot of volunteers to help us celebrate August 8th for everyone to be acknowledged. So if anyone wants to volunteer, please reach out. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Councilmember Matias.
Last thing I just want to add, in addition to what has been shared, is around the Vallejo Watershed Alliance. They had held a cleanup in Blue Rock Springs this past Saturday. There were a lot of events happening across the city, and I was happy to see many of my colleagues out and about supporting, but just wanted to extend my gratitude out to that group that went and spent their morning, just cleaning up our parks, and then had a subsequent barbecue as a thank you to the many volunteers who came out. I saw folks from GVRD, folks from the city, folks from across the community. So my gratitude to them for that. And that is all I got. Thank you.
We are adjourned at 12:30.